Scottie Pippen earned $109 million playing basketball, 6 championship rings, 7 All-Star selections, one of the 50 greatest players in NBA history. By 2023, his net worth was $20 million. Do that math again. $109 million in, $20 million left. Add the endorsements, the sponsorships, the Nike deals. Some estimates put the total losses above $120 million. The easy story is the one you already know. Athlete gets rich. Athlete spends everything. Cautionary tale. Move on. But that's not what happened here. What happened to Scottie Pippen is something more specific, more infuriating, and far more common than professional sports ever wants to admit. This is the story of a man who was betrayed systematically by the very people paid to protect him. Hamburg, Arkansas. Population, around 3,000. A small town in the southeastern corner of the state, where the economy runs thin and the distance between stable and desperate is never very far. Scottie Pippen was born there on September 25, 1965. The youngest of 12 children. His father, Preston, worked at a paper mill. His mother, Ethel, held everything together. It wasn't a wealthy life, but it functioned. Until the day Preston suffered a stroke that left him paralyzed on his right side, unable to walk properly, unable to speak clearly. Scottie was still a boy. Think about what that moment does to a child. Not just the grief of watching a parent diminished overnight, but the cold, practical reality. The family's primary earner was gone. 12 people in one house. And the margin between surviving and collapsing had just disappeared. Scottie Pippen learned something in Hamburg that would follow him everywhere he went. Money equals safety. No money equals everything falling apart. That lesson wasn't wrong. It was just incomplete. Because nobody in Hamburg, and there was no reason for anyone there to know this, taught him the second half. How you hold on to money once you have it, and who to trust with it. He wasn't a heavily recruited prospect out of high school. Tall, athletic, but largely unknown outside his small corner of Arkansas. No Division I scholarships came calling. So he enrolled at the University of Central Arkansas, a Division II school, as a walk-on equipment manager. He carried bags. He organized gear. He did it specifically to practice with the team. That detail matters. Scottie Pippen didn't arrive at basketball through privilege. He arrived through a side door, doing other people's work, just to earn his shot. By his senior year, he was averaging over 23 points per game. NBA scouts who had never heard his name started paying attention fast. In the 1987 draft, the Seattle Supersonics selected him 5th overall, then immediately traded him to the Chicago Bulls, who had engineered the deal in advance. He arrived in Chicago as an unknown. He would leave 12 years later as a legend. But what happened in between those two facts is a story about what it costs to be great inside a system that isn't built to protect you. In 1991, the Bulls won their first NBA championship. Pippen was 25 years old, already indispensable guarding the opponent's best player every night, running Phil Jackson's triangle offense, doing every difficult and unglamorous thing that made Jordan's brilliance possible. That same year, the Bulls offered him a contract extension. 7 years. $18 million total. His agents advised him to wait. His value was rising. Don't lock in this early, this long, this cheap. Jerry Reinsdorf, the Bulls' own owner, reportedly told Pippen the deal was too long, that he would regret it. Pippen signed anyway, because he thought about his father, about the stroke, about 12 people in a house with no safety net. A guaranteed $18 million was something no injury, no bad season, no bad luck could take away. He wasn't being reckless. He was being the boy from Hamburg who had watched security vanish without warning. The problem was that nobody in that room could predict what was about to happen to the NBA. In 1995, a new collective bargaining agreement sent salaries into a completely different universe. The cap exploded. Stars who signed after 1995 became overnight multi-millionaires. Michael Jordan negotiated year to year and earned $33 million in the 1997-98 season alone. That same season, Scottie Pippen, 4 more rings later, All-NBA selections, one of the 50 greatest players alive, made $2.8 million. He was the 122nd highest paid player in the entire league. The Bulls could have renegotiated. The rules allowed it. Teams did it regularly. They simply chose not to. Because why would they? They had the second best player in the world locked in at a bargain price. Not one person inside that organization moved to fix it. By 1999, after the dynasty's final championship, Pippen was finally a free agent. Houston signed him for $67.2 million over 5 years. For the first time in his career, he was being paid what he was worth. He thought the worst was behind him. He had no idea what was coming. Let's be clear about something before we go any further. Scottie Pippen was not Michael Jordan's sidekick. That framing Robin to Jordan's Batman, the supporting act, the second name on the marquee, was a media construction. Convenient, easy to sell, and deeply unfair to what Pippen actually was on a basketball court. Phil Jackson, who coached both men, said it plainly. The Chicago Bulls system did not work without Pippen. Not just function less effectively, it did not work. The triangle offense required a secondary initiator with the IQ, the vision, and the defensive range to make every other piece move correctly. Jordan provided the explosion. Pippen provided the architecture. Consider what he did across those championship years. 8 consecutive all-defensive first-team selections. The kind of defensive versatility that allowed him to guard point guards, small forwards, and centers in the same game. A player who, in the 1993-94 season, when Jordan retired for the first time, carried the Bulls to 55 wins, almost entirely on his own shoulders. A player named to the 1992 and 1996 U.S. Olympic Dream Teams, competing alongside the greatest players on the planet and holding his own against every single one of them. In 1996, when Sports Illustrated surveyed NBA coaches and executives on who they would build a franchise around if Jordan were removed from the equation, the most common answer was Scottie Pippen, not Shaquille O'Neal, not Charles Barkley, not Hakeem Olajuwon. Scottie Pippen. The shadow, it turned out, carried its own light, which makes what the Bulls were paying him almost incomprehensible. By the 1997-98 season, the 6th championship, the final run, the one documented in The Last Dance, Pippen's annual salary sat at $2.8 million. Jordan earned $33 million that same year. The gap between them wasn't a gap. It was a canyon. But here is the number that truly captures the absurdity. Pippen was the 122nd highest paid player in the entire NBA. Not on his team. Not in his conference. In the whole league. Players on losing teams. Players coming off the bench. Players whose names you no longer remember, all of them collecting larger paychecks than the man helping deliver Chicago its 6th championship. His own teammates were paid more. Tony Kukoc, Ron Harper, Dennis Rodman. All of them above Pippen in the Bulls' salary structure. The organization knew this was wrong. Reinsdorf knew. Krause knew. The rules of the 1990 NBA would have allowed them to tear up the contract and issue a new one at any point. Teams did it all the time. They simply looked at the bottom line. A generational talent locked in at a fraction of market value and decided the bottom line was more important. By 1997, Pippen's frustration had become impossible to contain. That summer, he needed foot surgery, routine procedure. His doctors recommended he have it done early, before training camp, so he would be fully recovered for the start of the season. Pippen scheduled it for October instead. The media called it selfish, unprofessional, a star player holding his team hostage. The criticism was loud, and it was sustained. What got far less attention: Pippen had asked the Bulls to renegotiate his contract, repeatedly. And repeatedly, the organization had refused. This wasn't a player throwing a tantrum. This was a man who had delivered 5 championships, had been publicly underpaid for 6 years, had asked through proper channels for the situation to be corrected, and had been told no every time. The surgery delay was the only leverage he had left, and even that didn't work. The Bulls didn't move. Pippen played the season late, compromised, and delivered a 6th championship anyway. Then it was over. The dynasty dissolved. Jordan retired again. Phil Jackson left. The roster was dismantled. And Scottie Pippen, finally, was a free agent. Houston came calling. 5 years. $67.2 million. The number that finally reflected what he had always been worth. Then Portland. Another large contract. More years, more money. By the time he finished playing, Pippen had earned $109 million in NBA salary more, in total career earnings, than Michael Jordan's $94 million. He had endorsement deals with Nike, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Visa, and Frito-Lay, adding millions more on top. For the first time since Hamburg, Scottie Pippen had real financial security. Undeniable. Documented. In the bank. He just needed someone trustworthy to help him protect it. In 1999, someone came highly recommended. That recommendation would cost him everything. In 1999, Scottie Pippen had a problem that most people would consider a good problem to have. He had money. Real money. More money than anyone in his family had ever seen. More money than Hamburg, Arkansas could have produced in a generation. And he needed someone, a professional, an expert, to help him manage it. The question was who? Think about that position for a moment. You are a professional athlete. You have spent your entire career inside the insular world of an NBA franchise practice. Travel, games, hotels, repeat. Your network is basketball people. Your relationships are basketball relationships. When you need a doctor, someone from the organization recommends one. When you need a lawyer, someone from the organization recommends one. When you need a financial advisor, you ask the same people you have always asked. It's not naivety. It's the logical result of living inside a system that has structured your entire life for you. So when someone from Pippen's Bulls network pointed him toward a financial advisor named Robert Lunn, it carried weight. Lunn had credentials. He had worked at Morgan Stanley. He had worked at Lehman Brothers. His professional history read like a checklist of legitimacy major institutions, recognizable names, the kind of resume that signals someone has been vetted many times before you ever meet them. Pippen hired him, trusted him with more than $20 million. And here is the thing that makes this particular betrayal so devastating. He had every rational reason to. This is what financial experts call affinity fraud. It doesn't require a con artist in a back alley. It doesn't require obvious red flags or pressure tactics. Affinity fraud operates through trust networks, communities, organizations, industries, where people rely on shared connections to vouch for strangers. Professional sports is one of the most vulnerable environments imaginable for exactly this reason. Players move constantly. Their time is consumed entirely by their sport. Their social and professional networks are narrow and deep. When someone arrives pre-approved by that network, the psychological barriers that might otherwise protect you simply don't engage. The University of Chicago Booth School of Business published research finding that 7% of all financial advisors had been disciplined for misconduct. At some larger firms, the kind Lunn had worked at, rates ran as high as 20%, 1 in 5. Nobody told Pippen to check. Nobody checked on his behalf. The recommendation came, the credentials looked solid, and that was enough. It was never enough. The early years with Lunn didn't raise obvious alarms. Money was being managed. Investments were being made. Pippen was playing basketball in Houston, then Portland, collecting his salary, living his life. But underneath the surface, Lun was making decisions with Pippen's money that had nothing to do with Pippen's interests. Real estate developments, speculative projects, investments that looked plausible on paper and produced nothing in reality. According to court documents filed later, Lun cycled Pippen's funds through multiple failing ventures, the kind of moves that are difficult to detect when you're not watching closely, and nearly impossible to detect when you trust the person doing the watching on your behalf. Then came the jet. In 2002, Lun advised Pippen to purchase a Gulfstream aircraft for $4 million. The framing, according to later accounts, was investment-minded. A private jet was an asset. It had utility. It had resale value. For someone at Pippen's level of wealth and public profile, it made a certain kind of sense. What Lun didn't ensure, what the lawyers handling the transaction failed entirely to verify, was whether the aircraft was airworthy. It wasn't. Shortly after the purchase, inspections revealed the jet's engine required $1 million in repairs before it could legally fly. A $4 million asset that couldn't leave the ground. Pippen refused to pay for the repairs. The plane sat, grounded. The world's most expensive ornament. Pippen sued the law firm Pedersen and Haupt for malpractice for failing to conduct proper due diligence on the purchase. He eventually won a $2 million judgment in 2010. A partial recovery. But the jet itself remained a monument to what happens when every person in the chain prioritizes the transaction over the client. The jet was infuriating. It was also a distraction, because while Pippen was dealing with a grounded airplane, something far more serious was already in motion. Lun had been taking out loans. Not small ones. Not transparent ones. According to prosecutors, Lun approached Leaders Bank in Oak Brook, Illinois, and obtained loans totaling approximately $3 million using Pippen's name, Pippen's assets, and in at least one critical instance, Pippen's forged signature, as collateral and authorization. The money did not go toward Pippen's investments. It went toward Lun's personal debts, his mortgage bills, his other clients, whom he was apparently paying with funds borrowed against Pippen's name without Pippen's knowledge. Pippen, at some point during this period, was sent documents to sign paperwork related to the loan. He signed them, reportedly without fully understanding what he was authorizing. Later, when Lun needed to extend the loan and sent further documents, Pippen refused. Something felt wrong, so Lun forged his signature anyway. The scheme continued. The debt compounded, and Scottie Pippen had no idea. Not yet. The call came from his accountant, not from Lun, not from the Bulls network that had recommended him, not from any of the institutional safeguards that are supposed to exist to prevent exactly this kind of thing. From his accountant, who had noticed something that didn't add up. By then, more than $20 million had passed through Lun's hands. The question was, how much of it was still there? The answer was not enough. When the accountant called, Pippen didn't panic immediately. There had to be an explanation. Lun was a professional. He had credentials. He had come recommended by people Pippen trusted. These things had a way of looking worse than they were before someone with the right expertise sat down and untangled them. But the more they untangled, the worse it looked. Lun had not simply made bad investments with Pippen's money, though he had done that too. He had constructed an architecture of fraud that used Pippen's name, Pippen's assets, and Pippen's trust as raw material for his own financial survival. Court documents would later lay it out with clinical precision. Between 2002 and 2003, Lun approached Leaders Bank in Oak Brook, Illinois, and obtained approximately $3 million in loans. The largest single transaction, $1.4 million, which Lun claimed was for Pippen to invest in a private jet venture. The bank approved it. The money moved. It did not go toward any jet. It did not go toward any investment of Pippen's. It went toward Lund's mortgage, toward his personal debts, toward payments to other clients he was apparently managing with the same creative accounting he had applied to Pippen's portfolio.
And the signature authorizing it? Not Pippen's. A forgery.
When Pippen eventually realized what was happening and refused to sign documents extending the loan, Lund didn't stop. He forged Pippen's signature a second time, extending the loan without authorization, buying himself more time, deepening the hole. District Judge Charles Norgal, who would later preside over the criminal trial, was unambiguous in his assessment. This was not, the judge said, your garden variety fraud. Lund had deployed genuine skill and calculation, presenting himself as legitimate, maintaining the appearance of professionalism, using the institutional credibility of his career history to stay one step ahead of scrutiny. In 2014, a jury convicted Lund on 5 counts of bank fraud. In March 2016, Judge Norgal sentenced him to 3 years in federal prison. He was ordered to forfeit $2.7 million and pay $1.5 million in restitution, of which only $400,000 went directly to Pippen. Pippen had separately pursued a civil lawsuit. He won a judgment of $11.8 million. On paper, those numbers sound like justice. They were not justice. They were arithmetic. Because by the time the courts finished their work, the money Lund had burned through, misallocated, and stolen was gone in ways no judgment could fully reverse. You cannot claw back years of compounding losses on failed real estate. You cannot unspend what was spent. The judgment was a number on paper. The loss was real. Scottie Pippen testified at Lund's criminal trial. He described the moment he understood what had happened. The accountant's call. The documents. The realization that the man he had trusted with more than $20 million had been systematically using that trust as a weapon. He had signed papers Lund sent him without fully understanding what he was authorizing. He had trusted the process because he trusted the person, and the person had known exactly how much that trust was worth and had spent it accordingly. But Lund was not the only one. Let's break down who failed Scottie Pippen, because the fraud didn't happen in a vacuum. Failure 1. The Bulls organization. The recommendation that brought Lund into Pippen's life came through his Bulls connections. The exact nature of that recommendation, how formal, how enthusiastic, how specific, is not fully documented. What is documented is that Pippen trusted it because of where it came from. An organization that had already underpaid Pippen for 7 years, that had already demonstrated it would prioritize institutional interests over his welfare, sent him toward a man who would defraud him of millions. Whether that recommendation was made carelessly or simply without due diligence, the result was the same. The Bulls network, which Pippen had every reason to trust, delivered him directly into harm. Failure 2. The lawyers. The Peterson and Haupt law firm handled the private jet purchase. Their job was due diligence to verify that the asset their client was spending $4 million on was functional, airworthy, and worth the price. They didn't. The jet couldn't fly. The engine needed $1 million of repairs that should have been caught before the transaction closed. Pippen sued for malpractice. He won $2 million in 2010. But legal victories don't recover the time, the stress, or the cascading financial damage of an asset that sat grounded for years while the litigation wound its way through the courts. Fault 3. The system itself. The University of Chicago research found misconduct rates as high as 20% at major financial firms. FINRA, the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, maintains a public database called BrokerCheck, where any investor can verify an advisor's disciplinary history before handing over a single dollar. Nobody pointed Pippen toward that database. Nobody ran the check. Nobody built into his professional infrastructure the basic verification step that could have exposed Lund before the relationship began. The NBA in the late 1990s had no mandatory financial education program for players. No required vetting process for advisors. No institutional safeguard between a newly wealthy athlete and the predators who specifically targeted newly wealthy athletes. The league has since introduced financial literacy programs. They arrived too late for Scottie Pippen. And then there was Christian Laettner. In 2016, while the Lund case was still working through the courts, Pippen and his then-wife Larsa alleged that Laettner, the former NBA player, had defrauded them of $600,000 in a real estate investment gone wrong. Larsa went public with her frustration on social media. Pippen pursued legal action. Another name, another trusted connection, another loss. By this point, a pattern had emerged that was almost too consistent to be coincidence. Every major financial catastrophe in Pippen's post-playing life had one thing in common. Someone who came pre-approved through a network he trusted had used that approval as a key to unlock his finances. The boy from Hamburg had learned that money equals safety. What he never got to learn, what the system around him never bothered to teach him, was that the most dangerous people are the ones who already know that about you. By the time the courts finished with Robert Lund, Scottie Pippen was already in his late 40s. The criminal conviction was 2014. The sentencing was 2016. Nearly a decade and a half had passed since that accountant's phone call. The legal system had moved at the speed legal systems move, slowly, methodically, indifferently to the human cost, accumulating on the other side of the calendar. Pippen had won, technically. But winning in court and recovering what you lost are two entirely different things. The $11.8 million civil judgment existed as a number. The $20 million that had passed through Lund's hands existed as a memory. And between those two figures was a gap that no verdict could close. The fraud was over. The damage was not. Because Lund was not the only bill that had been running. Scottie Pippen has 8 children, 4 different women, across a span of decades that covers his entire professional career and well into retirement. Child support at that level, medical expenses, educational costs, insurance, ongoing monthly obligations across multiple households doesn't arrive as one catastrophic loss. It arrives as a constant, grinding subtraction, month after month, year after year, quietly dismantling what's left after everything else has already taken its share. Court records show Pippen was responsible for high school tuition, college expenses, healthcare coverage, and daycare costs simultaneously across multiple children. The specific dollar figures are sealed, but the structural reality is not. When you are supporting children across 4 separate households for 3 decades, the cumulative total is not small. Nobody defrauded him here. This was simply the financial weight of choices made across a lifetime. But weight is weight, regardless of its origin. Then came the divorce. Scottie and Larsa Pippen had married in 1997, the year of the 5th championship, the peak of the dynasty, when everything still felt possible. They had 4 children together. They filed for divorce in 2016, the same year the Lund sentencing finally concluded. The divorce itself wasn't finalized until 2021. The financial terms were largely kept private. What emerged publicly was this. The court ordered Pippen to divide his Chicago Bulls 401k retirement account, covering the entirety of their marriage from 1997 to 2016, as part of the marital estate settlement. In practical terms, 19 years of retirement contributions, accumulated across the peak earning period of his career, split in half. In 2021, before the divorce settlement fully landed, Scottie Pippen's net worth was estimated at $50 million. By 2023, it was $20 million. $30 million, gone in 2 years. Not stolen, not defrauded. Just the mathematics of a marriage ending and the law distributing what was built inside it. Somewhere in a different zip code, Michael Jordan's net worth crossed $3 billion. The same era, the same 6 rings, the same dynasty. Jordan's total NBA salary across his entire career was $94 million, $15 million less than Pippen's $109 million. And yet, Jordan built a business empire so dominant that Forbes once estimated his ownership stake in the Charlotte Hornets alone was worth nearly $1 billion. His Nike partnership, the Air Jordan line, generates over $1.5 billion annually to this day, decades after he last played a competitive game. He understood early and instinctively that an athlete's name is a business, and a business requires infrastructure lawyers, accountants, advisors whose interests are legally and contractually aligned with yours. Pippen didn't have that infrastructure, not during his playing career when the Bulls controlled his environment, not after it when he was left to build his own team from scratch, using a network that had already failed him once. This is not a story about talent. Pippen had talent that filled arenas. This is not a story about work ethic. Pippen worked through broken bones and contract injustice without ever fully quitting. This is a story about who was in the room, who had access to the money, who had been vetted, and by whom, and with what level of accountability. Jordan had the right people in the room. Pippen, for most of his financial life, did not. Today, Scottie Pippen is 59 years old. He published a memoir, Unguarded, in 2021, which addressed his frustrations with the Bulls, with Jordan, with the way his legacy had been shaped by a documentary that was supposed to be about a team and became, in his view, a monument to one man. He works as a Bulls ambassador. He makes public appearances. He has shifted his focus toward business in ways that suggest someone who has learned, at significant cost, what he wishes he had known at 25. He is not broke. $20 million is not nothing, but it is a long way from what it should have been, from what it would have been, with different advisors, different protections, different luck in who picked up the phone to recommend the next person in line. The fraud is over. The rebuilding continues, quietly, without championships to celebrate it. So let's go back to the beginning. $109 million earned, $20 million left. Somewhere between $120 and $130 million gone. Where did it go? Some of it went to Robert Lunn, who forged a signature and called it investment management. Some went to failed real estate ventures that looked legitimate on paper and produced nothing in reality. Some went to a jet that couldn't fly. Some went to a former teammate who took $600,000 and called it a business deal. Some went to child support obligations spread across decades. Some went to a divorce settlement that divided 19 years of a life down the middle. No single catastrophe. No one villain who explains everything cleanly. Just a system at every level that consistently took more than it gave. Here is what I want you to notice about this story. Scottie Pippen did not lose $120 million because he was reckless. He lost it because at every critical financial moment in his life, the people positioned to protect him were either unable, unwilling, or in Lunn's case, actively working against him. The Bulls locked him into a contract he signed out of fear, then refused to correct it for 7 years while profiting enormously from his underpayment. The network that organization created pointed him toward a fraudster with a forged credential trail. The lawyers who handled his transactions skipped the due diligence that would have caught a broken jet engine before $4 million changed hands. The financial system that was supposed to regulate people like Lunn had a documented 20% misconduct rate at major firms and a public verification tool that nobody thought to show him. This wasn't bad luck. This was structural vulnerability compounding over time. The boy from Hamburg had learned one half of the lesson money teaches. He had learned how to survive without it, how to grind, how to endure, how to perform under pressure when the stakes were existential. What the world around him never provided was the other half. A genuine, accountable infrastructure for protecting what he earned once he had it. Michael Jordan had that infrastructure, built deliberately, protected legally, staffed with people whose financial interests were tied directly to his success. The difference between $3 billion and $20 million is not talent. It is not work ethic. It is not even luck entirely. It is who was in the room and whose side they were actually on. There is a version of Scottie Pippen's story that ends differently. An agent who pushes harder in 1991. A Bulls organization that renegotiates because it's the right thing to do. A network that runs a background check before making a recommendation. A lawyer who reads the inspection report before the wire transfer clears. Any one of those changes alters the trajectory. Any one of those people doing their job fully, not adequately, not professionally, but fully, with genuine accountability to the person they were supposed to serve. And we are not having this conversation.
But none of them did. And so we are.
Scottie Pippen won 6 championships. He was named one of the 50 greatest players in the history of basketball. He represented his country on 2 Olympic dream teams. He played 17 seasons at a level that most athletes never approach even once. He earned $109 million doing it. He deserved every dollar. He deserved protection around every dollar. He got neither. Today, at 59, he is still here, still rebuilding, still, in his own way, carrying the weight of a system that took more than it should have, and finding a way to move forward anyway.
That's not a Hollywood ending.
But it is, in its own unresolved way, a very human one. 6 championship rings, a lifetime of proof that greatness is not enough, that greatness, without the right people around it, can be dismantled piece by piece, transaction by transaction, signature by signature. The rings are real. The $120 million is gone. And somewhere between those 2 facts is the story of everything the system never told Scottie Pippen it was doing to him. In 1990, Derek Coleman walked into the NBA as the most coveted prospect in the country. Number 1 overall pick. The next Karl Malone. The next Charles Barkley. Maybe better than both. Over 15 years, he earned $91.3 million. By 2010, he had $1 million left and $4.7 million in debt. On the surface, this looks like another cautionary tale. Another athlete who blew a fortune. Another name on the list of guys who had everything and threw it away. But here's what nobody told you. He didn't spend it on mansions, not on a fleet of cars, not on an entourage of 75 people bleeding him dry. He bet it all on Detroit. The city that made him. The city that was dying. The city that took everything he had. This is the story of the most misunderstood number 1 pick in NBA history. Derek Coleman was born in Mobile, Alabama, but Alabama never made him. Detroit did. His family moved to Michigan when he was young, and he grew up in the neighborhood surrounding Northern High School on the city's northwest side. This was Detroit in the late 1970s and early 1980s, before the collapse became a headline. Before the empty factories became photographs in magazines. But the cracks were already forming. The auto industry was contracting. Neighborhoods were hollowing out. Jobs were disappearing in the way that jobs disappear in industrial cities. Not all at once, but quietly, block by block, family by family. Coleman grew up watching that, and somehow, instead of running from it, he absorbed it. That connection to Detroit, the pride of it, the stubbornness of it, the refusal to accept that something you love is broken would define every major decision he ever made. On the court, off it, for better, and eventually, for worse. In high school, Coleman caught the attention of someone who understood Detroit better than almost anyone alive. Dave Bing. For those who don't know the name, Dave Bing was one of the greatest Detroit Pistons of all time, a 7-time All-Star, a Hall of Famer, and after basketball, he became a successful businessman and eventually the mayor of Detroit. Bing was the living proof that a black man from this city could build something real, something lasting, something that outlasted the roar of the crowd. He took Coleman under his wing during those high school years, mentored him, shaped him. Not just as a basketball player, but as someone who understood what it meant to invest in the place that raised you. That lesson took root deeper than anyone knew. By the time Coleman arrived at Syracuse University in 1986, he was already something rare. Head coach Jim Boeheim, a man who has coached Hall of Famers, lottery picks, and Olympic gold medalists across 5 decades, looked back on his entire career and said no player had more impact on Syracuse basketball than Derrick Coleman. Think about that. Not more talent, more impact. Coleman finished his college career as the NCAA's all-time leading rebounder. Not for Syracuse, for the entire country. He did it while sharing the paint with other skilled big men Rony Seikaly, Billy Owens, which made the achievement even more staggering. He was named Big East Player of the Year as a senior. His number 44 jersey was eventually retired. In 2006, they hung it from the rafters and left it there. But the moment that defined his college career wasn't a triumph. It was a free throw. March 30th, 1987. The NCAA championship game. Syracuse versus Indiana. With roughly 30 seconds left, Syracuse had a chance to seal the victory. Coleman stepped to the line for a 1-and-1. He missed the front end. Indiana rebounded. Indiana won. Coleman stood at the free throw line, 19 years old, in front of the entire country, and came up short at the exact moment it mattered most. He would spend years trying to outrun that moment. In some ways, maybe he never fully did. 3 years later, none of it seemed to matter. The 1990 NBA draft class was loaded. Gary Payton was in it. Jason Williams, Kendall Gill. It didn't matter. When the New Jersey Nets held the first overall selection, the conversation wasn't about who they might take. It was about what they were getting. Derrick Coleman, 6 feet 10 inches, left-handed, could score in the post, face up from the perimeter, shoot the emerging three-point shot, rebound at an elite level, and pass like a guard. The comparisons came immediately: Karl Malone's power, Charles Barkley's skill, and then writers started suggesting Coleman might actually exceed both of them. The NBA had seen nothing quite like him. One former coach at a rival program said it simply: you couldn't build a better power forward in a laboratory. What nobody mentioned, what nobody thought to ask, was whether a 22-year-old kid from Detroit, suddenly handed millions of dollars and placed on a young, rudderless team with no veteran leadership, was ready for what came next. He wasn't. But that part of the story would take years to become clear. The NBA in 1990 was a physical league. Big men were expected to be immovable objects. You planted yourself in the post, threw your shoulder into someone's chest, and grinded out baskets the hard way. Finesse was for guards. Skill was for small forwards. Power forwards were built like brick walls and played like them too. Derrick Coleman didn't get that memo. In his rookie season with the New Jersey Nets, Coleman averaged 18.4 points and 10.3 rebounds per game. He shot efficiently. He passed. He stepped out beyond the arc, something almost no power forward in the league was doing in 1991, and knocked down shots that had no business going in from someone his size. He won NBA Rookie of the Year in a runaway. And when people watched him play, the reaction wasn't appreciation, it was alarm. Because this wasn't a player who was good at his position. This was a player who was threatening to redefine it. The next 4 seasons only confirmed it. Coleman averaged over 20 points per game in 3 consecutive years with the Nets. He pulled down double-digit rebounds like it was obligation, not effort. He led New Jersey to the playoffs 3 straight years, a franchise that had spent most of its existence as one of the league's quieter embarrassments suddenly had something to build around. The numbers were extraordinary. But numbers don't capture what Coleman actually looked like on a basketball court. He moved like a guard trapped in a power forward's body.
He could catch the ball 40 feet from the basket,
Put it on the floor, and beat his defender off the dribble before the crowd had time to process what was happening. He could post up and destroy smaller defenders. He could step back and hit mid-range jumpers with his eyes half closed. He was, by any reasonable measure, one of the 5 best players in the NBA. Sports journalists started making uncomfortable comparisons. Not, he's similar to Karl Malone. Not, he reminds you of Barkley. The question being asked out loud, in print, was whether Derek Coleman was better than both of them. It was not a crazy question. Then came 1994. Coleman made the NBA All-Star Game. Deserved it. Then the season ended, and instead of resting, he flew to Toronto to represent his country at the FIBA World Championship Dream Team 2, the lesser-discussed American squad that nevertheless dismantled the competition and brought home gold. Coleman stood on that podium with a gold medal around his neck, 26 years old, and the entire arc of his career seemed to point in one direction. Straight up. But here's what was happening underneath the surface. That same year, 1994, Coleman was accused of rape by a woman in Detroit. The accusation was investigated. DNA evidence cleared him completely. No charges were filed. What the headlines didn't capture was what that experience did to him internally. Coleman emerged from it convinced, at a deep and unshakable level, that his celebrity made him a target, that fame attracted enemies, that people wanted a piece of him, wanted to tear him down precisely because he had built himself up. It wasn't paranoia without basis. The accusation had been false. But the lesson he drew from it calcified into something harder and more permanent than the incident itself. He started pulling back, trusting fewer people, building walls that his coaches and teammates could feel but couldn't see. That same year, a physical altercation led to his first arrest and assault charge in New Jersey. Cleared, eventually. But the pattern was beginning to reveal itself. His former Nets coach told the Sporting News with a kind of exhausted resignation, "I did all with Derek that I could do. But with Derek, you are only going to get so far, and you might as well understand that." This was a coach talking about a man averaging 20 points and 10 rebounds. Think about that. Not a fringe player, not a locker room cancer on a losing team, the best player on the roster. And his own coach had already quietly given up on reaching him. By 1995, the Nets had seen enough. They traded him to the Philadelphia 76ers. The official reason was roster construction, salary management. The usual language teams use when they don't want to say the real thing. The real thing was this. Derek Coleman was 27 years old, entering what should have been the prime years of a Hall of Fame career. And the people closest to him had already stopped believing he would get there. The gold medal was real. The All-Star appearance was real. The numbers were undeniably, historically, real. But the seeds planted in 1994, the paranoia, the isolation, the growing suspicion of everyone around him, those were real too. And they were about to grow. Philadelphia was supposed to be a fresh start. It wasn't. Coleman arrived at the 76ers in 1995 carrying the weight of a fractured relationship with his previous franchise, a body that had already logged significant NBA miles, and a temperament that the league was beginning to quietly document. In New Jersey, the dysfunction had been easy to overlook because the production was extraordinary. In Philadelphia, with the production starting to slip, there was nothing left to overlook it with. The injuries came first. Foot problems, ankle problems, the kind of lower body breakdowns that tend to find big men who carry significant weight and play a physical style. Coleman appeared in just 127 games across 3 seasons with the 76ers. That's fewer than 43 games per year for a player who, 3 seasons earlier, had been the most complete power forward in basketball. But the injuries weren't the whole story. According to reports from that period, Coleman had developed a complicated relationship with practice. He had always believed, perhaps not incorrectly, that his natural gifts placed him above the daily grind that lesser players needed to survive. What that belief looked like from the outside was a star player who increasingly seemed to treat preparation as optional. One team source, speaking to Sports Illustrated, described the atmosphere around Coleman as one where his talent commanded respect, but his engagement commanded frustration. He was, as one writer put it, a Hall of Fame player slowly choosing not to be one. By 1999, Coleman had signed with the Charlotte Hornets. 5 years, $40 million, the largest contract of his career, arriving precisely when his career had begun its visible decline. The Hornets were betting on a resurrection. What they got instead was October 6, 1999. Coleman was driving in Charlotte when his vehicle collided with a tractor-trailer. The crash sent 3 people to the hospital, including his teammate Eldridge Rakasner, who suffered a partially collapsed lung and severe chest injuries, and a woman in the vehicle who sustained facial lacerations. Coleman himself received stitches to his nose and forehead and was released the same night. Police arrested him on a charge of driving while under the influence. He pleaded not guilty. He was eventually acquitted, but Rakasner spent days in the hospital with a collapsed lung. An accident, legally unproven, but the image of a teammate hospitalized because of choices made off the court, that doesn't disappear from a locker room. It settles in, quietly, permanently. What followed was a period that, even by Coleman's standards, was difficult to explain away. Between 1999 and 2008, 18 months, he was arrested 4 separate times. In April 1999, he was taken into custody at a Detroit nightclub after refusing to leave when police arrested a friend for disorderly conduct. Among those present that night, Jalen Rose and boxing legend Thomas Hitman Hearns. Coleman stayed when everyone else walked. He was charged with interfering with a police officer. Months later, a warrant was issued in North Carolina for driving with a revoked license. His license had been pulled following the Charlotte accident. He turned himself in. That same stretch included a charge of public urination in a restaurant dining area. 4 arrests, 18 months. The NBA Crime Library, which tracks police records across the league's history, eventually credited Coleman with 7 career arrests as an active player. According to their records, that figure represents the all-time single-player record in league history. Then came July 27, 2002. Coleman was pulled over in Farmington Hills, Michigan, a Detroit suburb, after police clocked him traveling at 120 miles per hour in a 70-mile-per-hour zone. He refused the breathalyzer test. He was taken into custody and released after posting a $200 bond. Subsequent testing by the Farmington Hills Police Department confirmed a blood alcohol level of 0.13. The legal limit in Michigan at the time was 0.10. He was charged. He eventually pleaded no contest to the DUI. The sentence? 3 days of community service and 9 months of no-report probation. Coleman's public response to the sentencing drew as much attention as the arrest itself. He told reporters, "If I was a regular Joe Schmo, they probably would have just given me a ticket and sent me on my way. We as athletes are in the public eye. That's the bad thing about it." Charles Barkley, never one to stay quiet, offered a more measured read. "I don't think anyone has ever questioned the talent he has, but sometimes he has let outside distractions take away from what he is doing on the court." The final chapter of Coleman's playing career played out without drama, which was somehow its own kind of statement. He returned to Philadelphia, then landed in Detroit, his Detroit, for one final season with the Pistons in 2004. He was part of the bench unit on a championship contending team. In November 2004, during the brawl that became known as the Malice at the Palace, Coleman was suspended 1 game for leaving the bench. Not for fighting, just for being present and standing up. Even his final controversy was a footnote. In 2005, Derek Coleman retired from the NBA. No farewell press conference, no ceremony, no retrospective segment on ESPN. The man who had once been called the next Karl Malone simply stopped playing. 15 years, 16.5 points per game, 9.5 rebounds, $91.3 million earned, and a reputation that had calcified, in the public mind, into 2 words: bad boy. When Derek Coleman retired in 2005, the sports media moved on in approximately 48 hours. There was no extended eulogy, no what could have been retrospective on SportsCenter, no former teammates gathering on a panel to celebrate the career of a man who had, by any objective measure, been one of the most gifted power forwards the league had ever produced. The narrative was already written, had been written for years, and retirement simply closed the chapter on it. Bad boy. Wasted talent. Next. What nobody followed was what Coleman did the morning after basketball ended. He went home to Detroit. Not to a compound in Miami. Not to a penthouse in Manhattan. Not to one of those sprawling suburban estates where retired athletes disappear behind gates and security cameras, and the comfortable numbness of having nothing left to prove. Detroit. The city with the highest unemployment rate in the country. The city watching its population drain away like water through a cracked foundation. The city that, within 3 years, would become the most visible symbol of American economic collapse. That's where Derek Coleman went. And he didn't go to rest. He had watched Dave Bing do it, his mentor, the man who had stood in Detroit's neighborhoods long after the crowd stopped cheering, who had built a steel manufacturing company that employed hundreds of people, who would eventually be elected mayor of the city. Bing had shown Coleman that a man from Detroit had an obligation that didn't expire when the final buzzer sounded. Coleman took that lesson and turned it into a blueprint. He began acquiring real estate, commercial properties, retail spaces in neighborhoods that hadn't seen investment in years. He partnered with local developers. He hired Detroit residents. He talked publicly about creating economic corridors in communities that corporate America had written off entirely. The flagship of everything he was building had a name: Coleman's Corner, a shopping mall development anchored in Detroit, designed to bring retail, jobs, and foot traffic back into a part of the city that had been economically dormant for years. The kind of project that required not just money, but conviction, the belief that Detroit was worth betting on when almost no one else was placing that bet. Coleman placed it. He placed everything. Here's what the timeline looked like from the outside. 2005. Coleman retires with approximately $91 million in career earnings and begins investing in Detroit real estate. 2006. Development projects are underway. Coleman is described in local reporting as an entrepreneur committed to urban revitalization. 2007. The investments are expanding. Coleman's Corner is in development. The vision is real, the execution is ongoing, and there is no obvious reason to believe it will not work. 2008. The world ends. Not literally, but for Detroit, the distinction was academic. The 2008 financial crisis didn't hit American cities equally. It landed hardest in places where the economic foundation was already thin, and nowhere in the country was that foundation thinner than Detroit. General Motors filed for bankruptcy. Chrysler filed for bankruptcy. The auto industry, which had been the city's heartbeat for a century, flatlined almost overnight. Property values collapsed. Businesses shuttered. The tax base evaporated. Unemployment in some Detroit neighborhoods reached levels that economists struggled to contextualize without reaching for comparisons to the Great Depression. Coleman's Corner never opened. The retail spaces Coleman had acquired lost their value before tenants could be found. The commercial real estate market he had invested in didn't slow down. It didn't correct. It simply ceased to function. 50 creditors. Investment after investment, returning nothing. The money that had taken 15 years to earn dissolved in roughly 36 months. Not because of negligence. Not because of ignorance or arrogance, or the particular recklessness that tends to follow young men who come into sudden wealth. Because Detroit died before he could save it. On April 10, 2010, Derek Coleman filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy in a United States federal court. The filing disclosed liabilities of approximately $4.7 million against assets valued at just over $1 million. His bankruptcy attorney, Mark B. Burke, issued a statement. It read, in part, Mr. Coleman was focused on investing in various communities throughout the city of Detroit by developing real estate, creating jobs, and revitalizing business opportunities. Due to the state of the economy, including the decline in the real estate market, Mr. Coleman's investments could not be sustained. The assets Coleman listed in his filing became, briefly, a punchline. 2 Sea-Doo watercraft, 2 chinchilla fur coats. His home in Franklin Lakes, New Jersey, gone. His NBA pension of $90,000 per year, legally protected from creditor claims under federal bankruptcy law. Cable news ran with the fur coats. Nobody ran with the 50 creditors he owed money to, because he had tried to build a mall in a dying American city. Stop for a moment and consider the comparison. Antoine Walker gone through casino gambling and an entourage that consumed money like a running engine. Allen Iverson monthly expenses documented in court filings at $360,000, supporting dozens of people. The lifestyle swallowing the fortune whole. Dennis Rodman, a life of deliberate, spectacular excess that he has never particularly apologized for, and probably shouldn't have to. These are the names that appear on every broke NBA players list. These are the stories the sports media returns to when it wants to illustrate the dangers of sudden wealth and insufficient financial literacy. Derek Coleman is on that list, but here's the critical distinction that the list never makes. Walker's money went to casinos. Iverson's money went to 75 people who needed him. Rodman's money went to Rodman. Coleman's money went to Detroit, not to himself, not to the performance of generosity that wealthy people sometimes deploy for tax purposes or public relations. To Detroit, to a mall that was supposed to employ people who needed work in a city that had run out of options. The man the NBA called selfish for 15 years spent his entire post-career fortune trying to give something back. That is not a small irony. That is the whole story. Most people, after losing everything, go quiet. They retreat. They disappear into whatever privacy their circumstances allow. They let the narrative already written, already distributed, already indexed and searchable forever stand as the final word on who they were and what they amounted to. Derek Coleman did not go quiet. He went back to school. Not for optics, not for a press release. He enrolled, completed his coursework, and earned his degree. A grown man rebuilding the foundation of himself at an age when most people have long stopped questioning whether their foundation was solid to begin with. There was no Sports Illustrated profile on this, no ESPN segment. The same outlets that had documented every arrest, every legal proceeding, every mile per hour over the speed limit, did not find the story of his return to education particularly compelling. That probably tells you something. What Coleman built next didn't have the scale of Coleman's Corner. It didn't require millions of dollars or commercial real estate agreements or partnerships with developers. It required something he had always possessed in abundance and had never fully known what to do with: presence. He founded DC Elite, a youth basketball summer league program in Detroit that has operated for over a decade. 15 to 20 teams. Former NBA players brought in as mentors. Kids from Detroit neighborhoods getting access to coaching, competition, and the particular kind of attention that comes from someone who has actually done the thing they're dreaming about. But DC Elite was never only about basketball. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, the program ran food assistance for the families of participating kids. Not as an afterthought, not as a checkbox, as a core component of what showing up was supposed to mean. Coleman understood, because he had grown up watching Detroit, that a child cannot concentrate on a crossover dribble when they are not sure what they are eating for dinner. He became president of the National Basketball Retired Players Association's Detroit Legends chapter, connecting former players with resources, with each other, with a structure that retirement had stripped away from many of them. Nobody was covering any of this. Here's a detail worth sitting with. The thing that ultimately prevented Derek Coleman from losing absolutely everything, the single financial instrument that survived the bankruptcy, that creditors could not touch, that provided him a floor when the floor had otherwise collapsed entirely, was his NBA pension, $90,000 per year, protected under federal law. Coleman had not designed that protection. He had not negotiated it specifically. He had not sat across a table from financial advisors and structured his post-career safety net with this contingency in mind. Corporate lawyers, NBA lawyers, the kind of institutional suits that a man with Coleman's biography probably had little patience for, had built that protection into the system years before he ever needed it. People he likely never met. People working inside the very machine he had spent significant portions of his career pushing against. They saved him. Not the teammates who had celebrated with him in 1994. Not the business partners who had believed in Coleman's corner. Not the friends who had populated his orbit during the years when the money was flowing. The lawyers. It is, genuinely, one of the more quietly devastating ironies in the entire story. The institution held when everything personal collapsed. The system protected him when the people did not. Then came 2016. The Flint water crisis had been building since 2014, when the city switched its water supply source and failed to apply corrosion inhibitors, allowing lead to leach from aging pipes into the tap water of a predominantly black, predominantly low-income city. By 2016, the scale of the failure was undeniable. Tens of thousands of residents, including children, who would carry the neurological consequences for the rest of their lives, had been drinking poisoned water. The government response was slow, the national attention was inconsistent, and the people of Flint were largely left to navigate a catastrophe that should never have happened. Derek Coleman started driving to Flint, 65 miles each way from Detroit. Cases of bottled water loaded into his vehicle, eating utensils, basic supplies. He went door to door, building by building, delivering what the system had failed to provide. No cameras, no publicist, no foundation announcement with a logo and a hashtag. Just a man and a car and 65 miles of highway. Residents who opened their doors would look at him for a moment and say some version of the same thing. "Hey, you look like Derek Coleman." He would smile. "Yeah," he'd say, "I get that a lot." Then he'd hand them the water and move to the next door. This is the man that the NBA Crime Library has on record as the all-time leader in career arrests. This is the man Sports Illustrated eulogized as someone who played just well enough to collect his next paycheck. This is the man that franchise after franchise quietly moved on from. The man whose retirement generated no ceremony and whose bankruptcy generated late-night punchlines about fur coats. 65 miles. Every day. Water in the back of his car. Both of these things are true simultaneously, and the discomfort of holding them together, the 7 arrests and the 65 miles, the bankruptcy filing and the food program, the missed free throw and the Flint water runs, That discomfort is exactly where the real story lives. So what actually happened to Derek Coleman? Not the arrest record version, not the bankruptcy filing version, not the Sports Illustrated version or the NBA crime library version, or the version that surfaces when you type his name into a search bar and read the first 3 results. What actually happened? Let's start with the word in the title. Waste. It is the word that follows Coleman everywhere. Wasted talent, wasted potential, wasted fortune. The implication is always the same, that somewhere along the line, Derek Coleman looked at everything he had been given and simply chose not to care enough to protect it. But waste implies indifference, and indifference is the one thing Coleman never displayed toward Detroit. He cared. Deeply. Stubbornly. To the point of financial ruin. The question was never whether he cared. The question was whether caring without strategy, without guidance, without anyone in his corner who understood both the man and the market, was ever going to be enough. It wasn't. And that failure belongs to more than one person. Consider what Derek Coleman never had. He entered the NBA in 1990 as a 22-year-old from Detroit, handed more money than his entire neighborhood had collectively seen, placed on a young team with no veteran infrastructure, no financial mentorship, and no institutional framework for helping a gifted and complicated young man become a stable adult. The league had no mandatory rookie financial education program. The Nets had no one whose job it was to sit across from Coleman and say, not about spending, but about the psychological weight of sudden wealth and public scrutiny. Here is what is coming, and here is how you move through it without losing yourself. Nobody addressed the paranoia that calcified after the 1994 rape accusation, a false accusation that nevertheless rewired something fundamental in how he trusted the world around him. Nobody intervened meaningfully across 7 arrests that were not the behavior of a bad person, but the behavior of a person in escalating distress who had never been taught to ask for help. And when he retired and turned that distress into something that looked, from the outside, like purpose, when he poured his fortune into Detroit, nobody sat with him and said, DC, the city you love is not the city it was. The math doesn't work. You need an exit strategy. Nobody said it, and he didn't know to ask. That is not a character failure. That is a system failure. Repeated, across every institution that touched his life, at every stage when intervention might have mattered. The NBA will remember Derek Coleman as a cautionary tale. Another first overall pick who didn't become what he was supposed to become. Another name on the list of athletes who earned generational wealth and arrived at the other end of their careers with almost nothing to show for it. Detroit remembers him differently. Detroit remembers a man who came back when he didn't have to, who built a youth league when he could have built a wall around himself, who drove 65 miles of highway with bottled water when the government that was supposed to protect his city had poisoned it instead, who knocked on doors in Flint and didn't leave his name because leaving his name was never the point. 2 portraits, 1 man. The last image I want to leave you with is not a basketball court. It's a front door in Flint, Michigan. 2016. A man knocks. Someone opens it. They look at him for a moment. Really look, and something registers. Hey, you look like Derek Coleman. He smiles. The smile of someone who has been broke and celebrated and arrested and redeemed and forgotten and present, sometimes all in the same year. Yeah, he says, I get that a lot. He sets the water down. He walks to the next door. $91 million earned. $4.7 million in debt. A mall that never opened. A pension that survived everything else. a youth league that fed children on Mondays and Wednesdays and Fridays. 65 miles of highway, driven quietly, for people who needed something real from someone who had very little left to give. That is what happened to Derek Coleman's fortune. It didn't evaporate into excess. It didn't disappear into a casino or a fleet of cars or the bottomless appetite of an entourage. It went back to Detroit. And whether you call that waste, or whether you call it something else entirely, probably says more about you than it does about him. October 1993. The Charlotte Hornets just signed Larry Johnson to the richest contract in NBA history. $84 million. 12 years. The whole league went quiet for a moment, then erupted. On the surface, this looks like the ultimate American success story. Kid from Texas, no safety net, claws his way to the top, signs the biggest deal the sport had ever seen. But I'm going to show you what actually happened to that $84 million. Because in March 2015, Larry Johnson walked into a California courthouse and declared bankruptcy. His listed assets? $80,000.
Not 80 million. Not 8 million. 80,000.
This is the story of how one of the most spectacular contracts in basketball history became something else entirely. A story about a body that failed at exactly the wrong moment, and a financial life that was never built to survive it. Before the $84 million, before Grandmama, before the NBA arenas and the Converse deals and the cover of Slam magazine, there was a kid in Dallas, Texas, who could do something with a basketball that most people had never seen before. Larry Demetric Johnson was born on March 14, 1969, in Tyler, Texas. He grew up in Dallas, went to Skyline High School, and from early on, it was clear that his body was built differently. Not just tall, not just strong, both in a combination that didn't make sense for his position. He moved like a guard, punished people like a big man, and jumped like the laws of physics were optional. By his senior year, he was named Texas Mr. Basketball, Consensus All-American, Mr. Basketball USA. He played in the 1987 McDonald's All-American game alongside future NBA players Dennis Scott, Mark Macon, and Marcus Liberty. The whole country was watching this kid from Dallas. But here's what most people don't know about that moment. Nobody came to save him. No blue-chip program offered a scholarship that felt right. He made a verbal commitment to SMU, then walked away. Instead, Larry Johnson enrolled at Odessa College in West Texas. A junior college, a place most future NBA stars never touch. And he detonated it. Freshman year, 22.3 points per game. Sophomore year, over 29 points per game. In 2 seasons at a school most basketball fans had never heard of, he became the only player in NJCAA Division I history to win Player of the Year both years he played. Not 1 year, both. Nobody had done it before. Nobody has done it since. There were analysts who believed he could have declared for the 1989 NBA draft and been a lottery pick straight out of junior college. That's how good he was. But Larry Johnson didn't go to the NBA in 1989. He transferred to UNLV. Under head coach Jerry Tarkanian, alongside future NBA players Stacey Augmon and Greg Anthony, Johnson joined one of the most feared programs in college basketball history, the Runnin' Rebels. They played fast, they played physical, and in 1990, they played their way into the NCAA championship game against the Duke Blue Devils. Final score, UNLV 103, Duke 73. The most dominant championship performance in modern college basketball history. Johnson finished with 22 points and 11 rebounds. He was 21 years old, and he had just humiliated the best program in the country on national television. "When I was in Vegas," he once said, "people asked, 'Did you ever regret not going to SMU?' What? I'm in Vegas. I'm on TV every Saturday. I'm winning titles. That's a silly question." The following season, UNLV went 27-0 in the regular season. They were the prohibitive favorites to repeat. Then came the semifinal against Duke, a rematch the entire country wanted, and this time, Duke won. 79-77. The dynasty that never fully materialized. Johnson was named National Player of the Year in 1991, the consensus best college basketball player in America, which meant the 1991 NBA draft had one obvious answer: the Charlotte Hornets, entering just their fourth season as an expansion franchise, held the first overall pick. They used it on Larry Johnson. No hesitation. No debate. He wasn't just a player they were drafting. He was supposed to be the franchise. And that distinction between being a great player and being the thing an entire organization stakes its future on carried a weight that nobody warned him about. Not the Hornets. Not his handlers. Nobody sat down with a 21-year-old kid from Dallas who'd spent 2 years at a junior college and explained what it meant to suddenly be responsible for an entire city's basketball identity. The money was coming. The expectations were already there. The financial infrastructure? That would take a little longer. Before the $84 million, before Grandmama, before Charlotte fell in love with him, there was a kid from Tyler, Texas, who nobody outside of Dallas had ever heard of. Larry Demetric Johnson was born on March 14, 1969. He grew up in Dallas, attended Skyline High School, and by his senior year he was named Texas Mr. Basketball, a consensus All-American, and Mr. Basketball USA. The accolades were real, but so was the context. This wasn't a kid with agents circling his family home at age 15. This wasn't a kid whose father had connections inside the NBA. This was pure talent, unpolished, unpackaged, and largely unprotected by anyone who understood what that talent was actually worth. That detail matters, because the story of what happened to Larry Johnson's money doesn't start in 2015. It starts here. After high school, Johnson made a verbal commitment to Southern Methodist University. Then he changed his mind. Instead, he enrolled at Odessa College, a junior college in West Texas that most basketball scouts had never bothered to visit. That turned out to be where legends are quietly made. At Odessa, Johnson averaged 22.3 points per game as a freshman. His sophomore year, he topped 29 points per game. He became the first, and to this day, still the only player in NJCAA history to win Division I Player of the Year both years he played. 2 years. 2 awards, 0 peers. Some analysts believe that if Johnson had declared for the 1989 NBA draft after his sophomore season, he would have been a lottery pick. But he didn't. He transferred to UNLV instead, to play under one of the most charismatic and controversial coaches in college basketball history, Jerry Tarkanian. That decision would change everything. At UNLV, Johnson stepped into a program already stacked with future NBA talent. Stacey Augmon, Greg Anthony, a roster built to win now. And in 1990, they did. The national championship game against Duke wasn't a contest. UNLV won 103-73, the largest margin of victory in championship game history. Johnson contributed 22 points and 11 rebounds. He was 20 years old, playing on national television, destroying the best team in the country. "When I was in Vegas," Johnson later recalled, "people asked, 'Did you ever regret not going to SMU?' What? I'm in Vegas. I'm on TV every Saturday. I'm winning titles." He wasn't wrong. By any measure, Larry Johnson's rise was flawless. High school champion, junior college legend, NCAA champion. And in 1991, UNLV went 27-0 in the regular season, though they fell to Duke in the semifinals that year. The program's recruiting violations had already cast a shadow over the entire era. Johnson left UNLV as the consensus National Player of the Year. Every major award, every major honor. And then the 1991 NBA draft arrived. The Charlotte Hornets held the first overall pick. They used it on Larry Johnson without hesitation. The Hornets were only entering their fourth season as an expansion franchise. They had no rings, no deep playoff history, no established stars. What they had was a fan base that had fallen in love with teal and purple, and a front office that understood correctly that building around a player of Johnson's caliber was the fastest path to legitimacy. He wasn't just drafted first, he was drafted as a foundation. And here's the thing about being someone's foundation. Everyone benefits from your stability. Everyone builds on top of you. But when the cracks appear, and in professional sports cracks always appear, you're the one who absorbs the damage first. Larry Johnson arrived in Charlotte at 22 years old, carrying the weight of an entire franchise's future. Nobody handed him a financial advisor. Nobody sat him down and mapped out what 12 years of NBA money should look like from the outside in. He came from nothing, and for a moment, a brilliant, electric, unforgettable moment, he built everything. That loyalty to the moment would eventually cost him everything. Larry Johnson's first NBA season was not a promise. It was a detonation. 1991-92, Charlotte Hornets. A 22-year-old power forward from Dallas, listed at 6 feet 7 inches, built like a freight train, averaged 19.2 points and 11.0 rebounds per game from night one. He didn't ease into the league. He didn't defer to veterans or manage expectations. He just played, with a physicality and confidence that the Hornets had never seen in their short existence. By the end of that season, it wasn't a debate. Larry Johnson won the NBA Rookie of the Year award. Charlotte had found its cornerstone. And alongside Alonzo Mourning, Muggsy Bogues, and Del Curry, Johnson helped transform a young franchise into something the city had never experienced before. Genuine, legitimate basketball relevance. The teal and purple Hornets jerseys became the best-selling merchandise in the entire NBA. Not in the Southeast, not in the Eastern Conference, the entire league. He didn't just play for Charlotte. He made Charlotte a basketball city. But what happened off the court during those early years is just as important as what happened on it, because it's where the financial story really begins. Before Johnson's rookie season was even over, Nike called. And then Nike said no. "I thought I was going to be a Nike man," Johnson later recalled. "I sat around all summer waiting for Nike to call. When Nike finally called, they were straight up. They said they weren't going to sign me. Nike flat out told me they didn't think I would have a good pro career because of my height playing power forward." Nike passed on Larry Johnson, so Converse called instead. And Converse offered him something Nike never would have. A deal that, at the time, was the largest sneaker endorsement contract in Converse history. Johnson signed it. And what came next, nobody could have predicted. The creative team pitched him a concept. What if the most physically imposing player in the league dressed up as an elderly grandmother and absolutely destroyed people on the basketball court? Johnson said yes. Grandmama was born. The commercials became a cultural phenomenon overnight. Larry Johnson, 250 pounds of muscle, dunking over defenders while wearing a floral house dress and gray wig, somehow managed to be simultaneously hilarious and genuinely threatening. It worked because Johnson committed to it completely. No irony. No winking at the camera. Just grandmama, doing what grandmama does. Converse launched the Aero Jam Energy Wave shoe alongside the campaign. It sold out. Johnson appeared as Grandmama in an episode of Family Matters. He appeared as himself in Space Jam and Eddie. His face was on the cover of the premiere issue of Slam magazine. For one brief window, Larry Johnson was everywhere. And then came 1993, his third season, the peak. 22.1 points per game, 10.5 rebounds per game, 82 games played, all NBA second-team honors, and the distinction of becoming the first Charlotte Hornet in franchise history to be voted a starter in the NBA All-Star Game. The Hornets were legitimate contenders. The league was watching, and Johnson, still only 23 years old, looked like a player who would anchor a franchise for the next decade. In October of that year, Charlotte made it official. The Hornets restructured Johnson's original 6-year, $20 million deal, which still had 4 years remaining, and extended it into something the NBA had never seen before. 12 years, $84 million. The richest contract in the history of professional basketball. The entire league went into shock. New York Knicks president Dave Checketts captured the feeling precisely. There's never been a contract signed in the NBA that had the same ripple effect. He added that Hornets president Spencer Stolpen had even acknowledged before the league's board of governors openly that Johnson was not the best player on his own team. And yet, $84 million. On the surface, it looked like validation, like security, like a franchise betting everything on its cornerstone. But here's what that contract actually was. The biggest salaries, $7.3 million, $8.8 million, $10.3 million, $10.8 million, were all scheduled for the back half. The years starting in 1997. The years Johnson would spend in his late 20s and early 30s, theoretically at his physical prime. The money was real, but it was designed for a future that assumed his body would cooperate. And there was one more detail quietly acknowledged by everyone in the room, never spoken about publicly. The Hornets signed that contract with full knowledge that Larry Johnson's back was already damaged. That detail, buried in the celebration of October 1993, would eventually become the key to understanding everything that came after. 3 months before the Hornets signed that $84 million contract, Larry Johnson's body sent its first warning. Nobody listened. It was July 1993, a charity game in Washington, D.C., the kind of low-stakes goodwill event that NBA players attend dozens of times throughout their careers. No defense. No pressure. Johnson went up for a routine dunk. 3/4 speed. The kind of play he had made 10,000 times since junior high without a second thought. Then a hot pain shot from his lower back straight through his right leg. He landed, walked it off, told himself it was nothing. A few days later, he was backpedaling at his own basketball camp for children in Dallas, when his right leg simply stopped working. It buckled underneath him. He went to the ground. Before he was even back on his feet, his first thought, according to Johnson himself, was, "Man, let's go get on a plane to Charlotte. I need a doctor." The diagnosis was a herniated disc in his lower back. For a man who had never missed a game in his life, going back to junior high school, not a single game, not in junior college, not at UNLV, not in his first 2 NBA seasons, this was not just a medical verdict. It was a sentence. But here is the part that still defies easy explanation. 3 months after that diagnosis, the Charlotte Hornets, with full knowledge of what the doctors had found, sat down with Larry Johnson's representatives and restructured his contract. 6 years and $20 million became 12 years and $84 million. Spencer Stolpen, the Hornets president, would later acknowledge before the NBA's Board of Governors that Johnson wasn't even the best player on his own team. And yet the organization committed to him for the richest contract in league history, knowing his back was already compromised. Why? Because Larry Johnson at 70% was still worth more to the Charlotte Hornets than almost anyone else at full health. Because the Grandmama campaign was printing money. Because the jerseys were selling. Because Charlotte had become a basketball city built on one man's shoulders. And admitting that those shoulders were damaged was not something anyone in that building was prepared to do. The $84 million was not just a contract, it was a denial. December 27, 1993. Charlotte Hornets versus Detroit Pistons. Johnson posted a triple-double, 29 points, 20 rebounds, 11 assists. The team physician, Glenn Perry, stood courtside and exhaled for the first time in months. The back was holding. The investment was safe. After the game, Johnson walked up behind him, put his arm around the doctor's shoulder, and said, "Doc, I hurt my back again." This time it wasn't a herniated disc. This time it was a torn ligament running along his spine, combined with a ruptured disc. He missed the next 31 games. The Hornets went 9-22 without him. A team that had entered the season as legitimate title contenders watched their season dissolve in real time. Johnson spent those months doing rehabilitation exercises in a swimming pool. Surgery was never considered. He returned in March, grinding through the pain, trying to find something that resembled his former self. He never fully did. What happened next is one of the more quietly remarkable stories in NBA history, and also one of the more quietly devastating ones. Larry Johnson rebuilt himself from scratch. The explosive power forward who could rise above any big man in the league, who averaged over 20 points and 10 rebounds on pure athleticism alone, that player was gone. The herniated disc had taken the vertical leap. The torn ligament had taken the first step. What remained was intelligence, toughness, and a willingness to reinvent. So he became a shooter. In his first 3 NBA seasons combined, Johnson had made a total of roughly 23 pointers. In the 1994-95 season alone, he made 81. He earned his second All-Star selection that year. He adapted his game so completely that casual observers barely noticed the transformation. But Patrick Ewing, who would later become his teammate in New York, saw exactly what had happened. Johnson could have been one of the greatest if he hadn't hurt his back, Ewing said. He could play with the bigs even though he was undersized. He was quick enough to put it on the floor, savvy enough that once the athleticism left, he could still be effective. Every three-pointer Johnson shot from 1994 onward was also a concession. A negotiation with a body that was slowly, quietly, losing the argument. And the financial consequences of that negotiation were already taking shape, even if nobody had done the math yet. By 1996, the Hornets had seen enough. The friction between Johnson and Alonzo Mourning had grown into something the organization could no longer manage around. The previous season, Mourning had been traded to the Miami Heat. Now it was Johnson's turn. The Charlotte Hornets traded Larry Johnson, the man who had made them relevant, whose face had sold more jerseys than anyone in the league, whose signature contract had sent shockwaves through the entire sport, to the New York Knicks. In exchange, they received Anthony Mason and Brad Lohaus. He left Charlotte without a championship. He left without completing the contract. And he left with a back that had been quietly renegotiating the terms of his career for 3 years. The Knicks were getting a player who was still valuable, still skilled, still competitive, but they were not getting the player who had signed for $84 million. That player had disappeared on a gym floor in Washington, D.C., on an ordinary July afternoon, during a charity game that didn't even count. New York received Larry Johnson in the summer of 1996 and did what New York always does, absorbed him into something bigger than himself. The Knicks were not a team built around any single player. Patrick Ewing was the anchor. Allen Houston was the scorer. Latrell Sprewell was the chaos. Johnson arrived as something different, a veteran presence, a physical body, a player who understood how to win ugly in the playoffs. Coach Jeff Van Gundy didn't need him to be the Larry Johnson of Charlotte. He needed him to be useful, to be disciplined, to be available. For a few years, he was all three. His first season in New York, he averaged 12.8 points per game, a career low, contextualized by his reduced role and the continued erosion of his athleticism. He was no longer a franchise cornerstone. He was a piece. An important piece, but a piece nonetheless. And somewhere in that transition from foundation to component, the financial clock accelerated in ways that wouldn't become visible for another decade. Then came 1999, and one moment that reminded everyone who Larry Johnson had once been. The Knicks that year were a deeply unlikely team. Patrick Ewing went down with a torn Achilles in the second round. The roster was incomplete, undermanned, and playing on borrowed time. But Van Gundy's system held, and somehow New York ground their way through the Eastern Conference, game by grinding game. Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals, Indiana Pacers. 11.9 seconds remaining, the Knicks trailing by 1. Johnson caught the ball beyond the three-point line. He had 235 pounds of muscle and 8 years of NBA experience and a back that had been quietly failing him for 6 years. He drove left. Antonio Davis arrived to contest. Johnson elevated, not the way he used to, not the explosive rise of his Charlotte years, but enough, leaned into Davis, released the shot, and drew the foul simultaneously. The ball went in. The free throw went in. 4 points on one play. Knicks win 92-91. Madison Square Garden became a single sustained noise that lasted approximately 3 minutes. That 4-point play, Johnson said afterward, with the quiet satisfaction of a man who had been doubted every step of the way, is something they can never take from me. He was right, but it was also the last flash of the player he used to be, the final proof of concept. After that night, the trajectory only moved in one direction. The Knicks lost the 1999 NBA Finals to the San Antonio Spurs in 5 games. Johnson played his role, contributed, did what was asked. Then the slow disappearing act began. His scoring dropped the following season, then dropped again, then again. 3 consecutive years of declining production, not from lack of effort, but from a body that had simply been asked to do too much for too long. By the end of the 2001 season, he sat out the final 6 games of the regular season and the entire playoffs. Chronic back problems. The same diagnosis that had shadowed him since that Washington, D.C. charity game 8 years earlier. On October 10, 2001, Larry Johnson announced his retirement from professional basketball. He was 32 years old. The Knicks, recognizing that he could no longer perform at an NBA level, negotiated a contract buyout. 2 years and roughly $10 million in remaining salary gone. Not collected. Bought out and closed. This is the moment where the financial reality of everything that came before snapped into focus. Here's what the $84 million contract actually looked like when you map it against the reality of his career. The backloaded structure meant the richest years were scheduled for the second half of the deal, the years starting in 1997 to 98. $7.3 million, $8.8 million, $10.3 million, $10.8 million, $9.8 million. The Hornets had designed it that way deliberately, spreading the risk across a long timeline, betting that Johnson's body would hold up long enough to earn the largest checks. It didn't. He was traded before those years even arrived, and by the time the biggest salaries were theoretically within reach, he was already a diminished version of himself in New York, earning far less than what the original Hornets deal had promised. Let's break down what actually happened to the money across 5 distinct layers. Layer 1. Lost earning years. Johnson retired at 32. A healthy version of that body, the pre-injury Larry Johnson, that Patrick Ewing believed could have been one of the greatest, might have played until 36 or 37. That's 4 to 5 additional peak salary seasons. At NBA star rates in that era, the conservative estimate of what those years represented is somewhere between $40 and $50 million in unrealized income. Not lost through spending, lost through biology. Layer 2. The injury tax on the contract itself. The $84 million was never fully collected. The backloaded structure, the Knicks trade, the buyout, all of it meant that Johnson received a fraction of what the headline number implied. The $84 million was a promise. What he actually earned across his career, per Basketball Reference, was $83 million total, but spread across 10 years rather than 12, and heavily weighted toward the earlier, smaller salary years of the deal. Layer 3. The personal obligations. This is where the story becomes genuinely complicated, and where public records become the most instructive. By 1998, 3 years before his retirement, Larry Johnson had been featured in a Sports Illustrated investigation into professional athletes and child support. He had fathered 5 children with 4 different women. Court orders for child support existed across multiple jurisdictions. Legal fees attached to those proceedings accumulated year over year, quietly and continuously, the way compound interest works in reverse. Layer 4. The post-retirement income gap. When the NBA salary stopped, what replaced it? Johnson transitioned into a front office role with the New York Knicks in 2012, more than a decade after his retirement. The title was Basketball and Business Operations Representative. It was meaningful work. It was not $10 million per year. The gap between what he had been earning and what post-career employment could realistically provide created a structural deficit that no amount of careful spending could fully bridge. Layer 5. The IRS. When his bankruptcy filing became public in 2015, among the listed debts was $90,000 owed to the Internal Revenue Service. This number, in the context of an $84 million career, is almost disorienting in its smallness. And yet it signals something important. Cash flow management after retirement had broken down entirely. A man who once earned millions per year could not resolve a $90,000 federal tax obligation without a court process. None of these layers, individually, is the whole story. But together, they form a picture that is more systemic than personal, more structural than scandalous, and underneath all of it, one foundational truth that never changed. Larry Johnson's entire financial architecture, the spending patterns, the family obligations, the lifestyle that came with being one of the most recognizable athletes in America during the 1990s, was built on the assumption that the money would keep coming. It always does, until it doesn't. He retired at 32. The money stopped. The obligations didn't. The contract that was supposed to secure his future had been signed knowing his back was already broken. The richest years were never reached, and the decade between retirement and bankruptcy was, in many ways, simply the math catching up. The $84 million hadn't disappeared all at once. It had been slowly dismantled by injury, by structure, by time, by obligation, until the number that had once made the entire NBA go quiet meant almost nothing at all. March 2015. Larry Johnson was 46 years old when he walked into a California courthouse and filed for bankruptcy. 14 years had passed since his retirement. The 4-point play was a memory. The Grandmama commercials were nostalgia. The $84 million contract was a footnote in NBA history books. What remained, according to court documents, was this: assets, approximately $80,000. Debts over $300,000. Of that debt, more than $120,000 was unpaid child support. Another $90,000 was owed to the IRS. The rest was a collection of obligations that had compounded quietly across the 14 years since the paychecks stopped. The man who had signed the richest contract in NBA history was filing for bankruptcy over $300,000. That number is not a typo, and the distance between $84 million and $300,000 worth of unresolvable debt is the entire story. But the bankruptcy filing was only the beginning of what the court documents would eventually reveal. Among Johnson's creditors was a woman named Laura Tate, one of the 4 women with whom he had fathered children. Tate filed separate documents in the bankruptcy proceeding, stating that Johnson had been paying her $1,000 per month in child support. The court order required $11,000 per month. She had been receiving less than 10 cents on every dollar she was legally owed. Tate's total claim against Johnson at the time of filing was approximately $870,000. She requested that the court grant her permission to investigate his finances directly because, she alleged in those same documents, Johnson had told her years earlier that he had transferred $26 million into a trust account in 2006, specifically to shield those assets from creditors. That allegation, the $26 million trust, requires careful handling. What is confirmed through court filings? The bankruptcy, the child support arrears, the disputed monthly payments, and Tate's formal request to investigate. What is not confirmed? Whether the $26 million trust exists as described, whether it was established with the intent Tate alleged, or what ultimately became of it. What the documents do confirm is that multiple women, across multiple court proceedings, had spent years attempting to collect money that Johnson was legally obligated to pay and had largely failed to do so. The legal fees generated by those proceedings, on all sides, represent a category of financial drain that never appears in any single document but accumulates across years of filings, hearings, attorneys, and appeals. This is what millions in legal fees actually looks like. Not one dramatic lawsuit. Not one catastrophic judgment. Dozens of proceedings, stretched across decades, bleeding money slowly and continuously from every direction. The bankruptcy case was eventually dismissed. Not because the debts disappeared, but because Johnson reached a settlement. The mechanism was straightforward and, in its own way, telling. To resolve approximately $900,000 in child support obligations, Larry Johnson transferred ownership of a $1 million home in California to his creditors. $1 million house. To settle a debt that had started at $120,000 and grown through years of underpayment, legal proceedings, and accumulated interest into something nearly 10 times larger. The house was gone. The case was closed. The math was visible for anyone who wanted to look at it clearly. None of this happened because Larry Johnson was uniquely reckless or uniquely irresponsible. The pattern, examined honestly, is a systemic one. The NBA of the 1990s had no mandatory financial literacy program with real teeth. Players arrived from college, or in Johnson's case, from a junior college in West Texas, with generational wealth in their hands and no institutional infrastructure for managing it. The union existed. Financial advisors existed. But the structures that today require players to sit through financial education sessions, that connect rookies with vetted advisors, that build guardrails around the most common failure points, those came later. After players like Larry Johnson had already demonstrated, at great personal cost, exactly why they were necessary. The contract was backloaded and built for a body that broke. The career ended at 32. The obligations continued for decades. The legal system processed every unpaid dollar into additional fees, additional hearings, and additional costs. By the time the courthouse doors opened in March 2015, the $84 million had not been squandered in any single dramatic moment. It had been quietly, methodically, structurally dismantled one missed payment, one court date, 1 year at a time. So what does $84 million actually look like? It looks like this. A charity game in Washington, D.C., a routine dunk, a hot pain shooting down one leg, and a contract signed 3 months later by people who already knew that promised a future a damaged body could never fully reach. Alonzo Mourning played alongside Larry Johnson in Charlotte. Same era, similar obstacles. His estimated net worth today, $70 million. Patrick Ewing, Johnson's teammate in New York, maintained a multi-million-dollar fortune through careful management and post-career business. Del Curry's son became the greatest shooter in NBA history. Larry Johnson filed for bankruptcy at 46, over $300,000 in debt. The difference between those outcomes is not talent. It's not character. It's not intelligence. It's the presence or absence of one thing: time. Time to earn. Time to build. Time to course correct. Johnson's back stole that time at 32, and nothing in the system around him was designed to compensate for that loss. He was inducted into the College Basketball Hall of Fame in 2019. He still shows up at Knicks events, still connected to the game that defined him. At 56, he carries himself with the quiet dignity of a man who has made peace with a story that didn't go the way it was supposed to. The Grandmama commercials still exist on YouTube. The 4-point play still exists on YouTube. So do the bankruptcy filings. Larry Johnson didn't lose $84 million. He lost the years that were supposed to protect it. And that is a failure that belongs to more than one person and more than one system. That's the full picture. There is a record in Portland that no one has broken. 461 consecutive games. Not a single one missed. Through injuries, through trades, through everything the NBA could throw at him, one man showed up every single night for 8 straight years. That record still stands today. The man who built it played until he was 40 years old. 18 seasons, 5 teams, over 19,000 career points, and $62 million in earnings. 2 years after he retired, he was broke. On the surface, this looks like another cautionary tale about an athlete who couldn't manage his money. But underneath that story is something darker. Something the headlines never told you. This is about a system that took everything from Clifford Robinson long before the bankruptcy filing. A city that owed him an apology for 23 years. And a man who was simply born too early for the world he deserved to live in. Buffalo, New York, 1970. If you didn't grow up there, you probably only know it as the city that lost 4 straight Super Bowls. But Buffalo in the 70s and 80s was something else entirely. A Rust Belt city slowly bleeding out, factories shutting down one by one, unemployment carving through black neighborhoods in particular with brutal precision. This is where Clifford Ralph Robinson was born on December 16, 1966. His coach at UConn, Jim Calhoun, would later describe him simply as a kid who came from a difficult background. That's the polished version. The real version is that Clifford Robinson grew up in an environment where financial stability wasn't a concept anyone around him had the luxury of teaching. Where loyalty to family wasn't a value, it was a survival strategy. Where you protected the people in your circle because the world outside that circle wasn't going to protect anyone. That instinct, fierce, unconditional loyalty to the people he loved, would follow Robinson for the rest of his life. And it would cost him a fortune. There's one more thing about Buffalo worth understanding. Robinson later said openly that growing up, He watched people in his family sell marijuana just to make ends meet. Not as dealers, not as criminals, as people doing what they had to do. To him, cannabis was never some dark underworld substance. It was just part of the landscape of where he came from. That context matters. It matters a great deal for everything that comes later. At Riverside High School, Clifford Robinson was not a household name. He wasn't the prospect with the highlight tape. He wasn't the kid with college coaches lined up outside the gym. He was tall, growing toward 6 feet 10 inches, but talent alone doesn't get you noticed when nobody's looking. One person was looking. Bill Russell, his JV coach at Riverside. Not that Bill Russell, but a coach who recognized the raw material underneath the awkward frame. Saw something in the teenager that others didn't bother to find. The discipline, the hunger, the way Robinson competed even when the stakes were low. It wasn't enough to make him a recruiting sensation, but it was enough to get him to the University of Connecticut. UConn in 1985 was not a basketball powerhouse. Let's be clear about that. When Robinson arrived as a freshman, UConn was a program still trying to establish itself on the national stage. Mediocre recruiting classes, modest expectations, and a freshman named Clifford Robinson, who averaged 5 points a game and looked more like a project than a prospect. His coach that year told him flat out, "You have two choices. I can kick you out if you keep doing what you do, or I'm going to watch you play a lot of years in the NBA." The man who said that was Jim Calhoun, brought in during Robinson's sophomore year to rebuild the program. And what followed between those two men? The demanding coach and the kid from Buffalo who finally had someone pushing him was the foundation that made everything else possible. Robinson didn't just improve, he transformed. By 1988, UConn won the NIT championship. Robinson was named to the all-tournament team. Calhoun would later call him, without hesitation, the first great player in UConn history, the cornerstone of a program that would eventually become a national dynasty. His number, 00, was retired at Gampel Pavilion in 2007. He was named to UConn's all-century team. Not bad for a kid nobody recruited. 1989 NBA Draft. Clifford Robinson waited. Round 1 passed without his name being called. He kept waiting. Deep into round 2, the Portland Trail Blazers selected him with the 36th overall pick. Pick 36. To understand what that meant in 1989, you have to understand the context. The second round of the NBA draft at that time was essentially a courtesy. Most picks never made a roster. The ones who did rarely lasted more than a season or two. Pick 36 was not a vote of confidence. It was barely a whisper of one. His rookie salary, $250,000. Enough to feel like a different world from Buffalo, not enough to change the way he thought about money, about loyalty, about how you treat the people you came from. He packed his bags for Portland, Oregon, a city he'd never lived in, a franchise that hadn't exactly cleared a spot for him. Nobody was betting on Clifford Robinson, which, looking back, was the last mistake anyone who underestimated him ever got to make. Portland, Oregon, 1989. The Trailblazers were not a rebuilding project. They were a contender, one of the best teams in the Western Conference, built around Clyde Drexler, Terry Porter, and a roster deep enough to go the distance. Head coach Rick Adelman ran a system that rewarded intelligence and versatility. This was not a place where a raw second-round pick was supposed to walk in and contribute immediately. Robinson walked in and contributed immediately. His rookie season, Portland made the NBA Finals. He was 22 years old, playing alongside veterans who had been in the league before he ever set foot on a college court. He absorbed everything: the pace, the professionalism, the standard of what it meant to compete at the highest level every single night. Most rookies spend their first year just trying to survive. Robinson spent his first year in the NBA Finals. That experience rewired something in him. It told him, at the deepest level, that he belonged. Not as a project, not as a placeholder, as a player. What it didn't tell him, what nobody told him, was how to hold on to what came next. Let's talk about the number 461. From the very start of his NBA career through February 22, 1995, Clifford Robinson did not miss a single game. 461 consecutive appearances. His first 5 seasons, he played all 82 games every year. Even in the seasons that followed, he never appeared in fewer than 75. That streak is the franchise record for the Portland Trail Blazers. It has never been broken. It still stands today. Think about what that number actually means. It means through every minor injury, every bout of illness, every physical toll that an NBA season inflicts on a human body, Robinson showed up. Night after night, city after city, back-to-back road games, early flights, late practices, he showed up. The Iron Man streak of a man who would later be labeled unreliable. The perfect attendance record of someone the league would eventually define by the 3 times he got caught. That's the first thing you need to hold on to when everything else in this story gets complicated. By the early 1990s, Portland was consistently one of the best teams in basketball. And Robinson was not a footnote in that success. He was the engine underneath it. The 1992 Western Conference Finals against the Utah Jazz. Portland wins. In the locker room afterward, Robinson, giddy, loose, fully himself for one of the first times on national television, does a victory dance and tells reporters its name. "The Uncle Cliffy!" The room laughed. The nickname stuck. And from that moment on, the public finally got to see what Portland had known for 3 years, that underneath the quiet professionalism was a personality that lit up every room it walked into. Uncle Cliffy, a man who made you smile just by existing. Portland went on to face the Chicago Bulls in the 1992 NBA Finals. They lost. Then they lost again in 1990. 2 finals appearances in 3 years, and nothing to show for it but the growing sense that this team was always one piece short of a championship. Robinson was not that missing piece, but he was the connective tissue that held everything together. 1992-93 season. Robinson averaged 19.1 points, 6.6 rebounds, and a career-best 1.99 blocks per game. Those are starter numbers. Franchise player numbers. But Robinson was coming off the bench, which made them even more extraordinary, because it meant he was producing at that level in compressed minutes, against fresh legs, with less time to find his rhythm. The NBA recognized it. 6th Man of the Year award, 1993. The following season, 1993-94, he was selected as an NBA All-Star, the only All-Star appearance of his career, but a validation of something his teammates had known for years. He was genuinely special. Not in the way Drexler was special. Not in the way that gets you on the cover of Sports Illustrated or lands you a shoe deal with your own signature line. Special in the way that winning teams are quietly built the player who defends the other team's best scorer, knocks down the open 3, anchors the second unit, and never once asks for more credit than he gets. There is a particular kind of NBA player who makes everyone around him better without ever becoming the story himself. Robinson was that player for 8 years in Portland. Here's what people don't fully appreciate about Clifford Robinson's game. He was 6 feet 10 inches and could do things that players his size simply were not supposed to do in that era. Defend point guards on switches, shoot off the dribble from the perimeter, protect the rim, facilitate in the high post, knock down the corner 3 in the 4th quarter when the game was on the line. He would eventually become the tallest player in NBA history to make 1,000 career three-pointers, a record that held until Dirk Nowitzki and Rashard Lewis matched it years later. There are only 3 players in NBA history who finished with 1,400 career steals, 1,300 career blocks, and 1,200 three-pointers made simultaneously. Clifford Robinson is one of them. Let that settle for a moment. One of 3 players in the history of the entire league. He was, in the most precise way possible, the prototype of the modern NBA big man, the versatile, switchable, perimeter-capable forward that every team in the league spends lottery picks trying to find today. He was doing it in 1993. He was 20 years early. But here's where the foreshadowing starts to get uncomfortable. Because by 1995, the same year his consecutive game streak finally ended, something else was quietly shifting inside the Portland organization. The Drexler era was winding down. The roster was being rebuilt around different priorities. Robinson, still productive, still indispensable in many ways, was no longer being discussed as part of the franchise's long-term future. He didn't know that yet. He was still showing up every night, still putting up the numbers, still being Uncle Cliffy in the locker room, and a problem for opponents on the floor. Still assuming reasonably, given everything he had built there, that Portland would want him back. 8 years, 461 consecutive games, 2 NBA Finals. He had given Portland everything. What he didn't know was that Portland had already quietly decided what that was worth, and the answer was about to arrive in the ugliest possible way. Summer 1997. Clifford Robinson was a free agent for the first time in his professional life. 8 years, 1 city, 1 uniform. He had never worn another logo, never learned another system, never had to introduce himself to a new locker room. Portland wasn't just where he worked. It was where he became who he was. He wanted to stay. He waited for the phone to ring. It never did. Not a call. Not an offer. Not even the professional courtesy of a conversation that ends in, "We're going in a different direction." Just silence, the kind organizations use when they've already decided and don't want to explain it out loud. But here's what we know happened that summer. And once you know it, the silence makes a terrible kind of sense. July 1997. Robinson, his brothers, and friends were heading to a paintball tournament. They loaded his Humvee. Paintball guns. Equipment for a recreational sport. Nothing more. A neighbor watched them load the vehicle. Saw a group of black men handling what looked, at a distance, to be long-barreled equipment, and made a decision about what that meant. They called 911. The report: armed men with assault rifles. What followed was not a routine traffic stop. Portland police issued a public safety alert broadcast across local and national media. Robinson's vehicle was tracked to the downtown waterfront and surrounded by what witnesses described as a paramilitary-style blockade. 10 police cars, officers with weapons drawn. Robinson recalled it simply: "The next thing I knew, there were 10 cop cars around us with guns pointing at us. I didn't know what was going on. I was totally scared." They searched the vehicle. No assault rifles, because there were none. But they found remnants of cannabis somewhere inside the Humvee, not in Robinson's immediate reach. The vehicle was large. The cannabis was in a section not directly accessible from the driver's seat where he was sitting. Robinson said it was his brother's. He was charged with marijuana possession anyway. Now watch what happened next. The racial profiling, the fact that a neighbor had called police on black men for loading paintball gear, disappeared from coverage almost immediately. The paramilitary response to a false report. The 10 cars with guns drawn on unarmed men going to play a recreational sport. All of it vanished. What remained in the headlines: Clifford Robinson arrested for marijuana possession. The framing was immediate and merciless. Irresponsible. Reckless. A distraction. A man letting down his teammates and his city. Robinson stood at a press conference and said, "I don't do anything but try my best to represent myself, represent the Trailblazers, and represent Portland on and off the court as best as I can." Portland heard him, and still made no offer. Let's be precise about what that means. Clifford Robinson played 461 consecutive games for this franchise. He helped them reach 2 NBA Finals. He won 6th Man of the Year. He was an all-star. By any reasonable measure, one of the most important players in franchise history. After all of that, the organization did not fight for him, did not call him, did not issue a statement defending him from a narrative built entirely on a racial profiling incident the city itself would eventually admit was wrong. They just let him go. Robinson later said he always suspected the July 1997 incident was the direct reason he never received an offer. The timing was too precise, the silence too complete. One neighbor's phone call, one false report. 8 years of loyalty gone. What the coverage never acknowledged was this. Robinson had been using cannabis throughout his career deliberately, not carelessly. His stomach rejected pharmaceutical drugs. The anti-inflammatories, the standard arsenal NBA trainers hand out to keep players on the floor, they made him sick. Cannabis didn't. It managed his pain, settled his nerves, helped him sustain the grind of an 82-game season year after year. He said it himself years later. I did feel that cannabis was helpful for me. I took the risk. He knew the rules. He understood the consequences. He made a conscious choice not out of recklessness, but out of a genuine belief that it helped him be better at the thing everyone in Portland loved him for. The substance that helped him play 461 consecutive games was the same substance the city used as a reason not to bring him back. Robinson signed with Phoenix. New city, new uniform, new start. But 1997 never fully disappeared. It planted a quiet asterisk next to his name in every front office he would subsequently deal with. Nothing to do with his basketball ability. Everything to do with a story that had been badly, fundamentally told. 23 years later, in June 2020, Robinson's team launched a petition demanding a formal apology from the city of Portland. His social media manager explained why it still mattered. The record has never been cleared. As far as people know, Clifford Robinson got busted for a small amount of cannabis, and that's not the whole story. On June 12, 2020, Mayor Ted Wheeler issued a formal written apology. Robinson called it a win. He had 80 days left to live. Phoenix, Arizona, fall 1997. Robinson arrived at the Suns as exactly what he was, a 30-year-old veteran at the peak of his powers. Playoff experience, 6th Man of the Year, a game refined over 8 seasons of high-stakes competition. Phoenix signed him because they needed his versatility and his professionalism, and for 4 seasons he delivered both. Then, 2001. Scottsdale, Arizona. Robinson was stopped by police, DUI and marijuana possession, 1-game suspension. His first formal violation of the league's drug policy. The coverage was predictable. The narrative seeded in Portland, 1997, found new soil. But here is what that coverage consistently missed. The NBA in the early 2000s was not gentle on players' bodies. The schedule was brutal, the physicality was enormous, and the standard medical response to pain and inflammation was a cocktail of pharmaceutical drugs distributed by training staffs with casual frequency. Robinson couldn't take them. His stomach rejected them. Cannabis didn't. It managed the inflammation, calmed his nervous system, helped him sustain 18 years of professional basketball on a body that had been absorbing punishment since he was a teenager in Buffalo. He was not using a recreational drug recreationally. He was using the only pain management tool that worked for his specific body in an era when the rules made no distinction between those two things. That summer, Phoenix traded him to Detroit. The package they received in return: Judd Bushler and John Wallace. 2 players nobody remembers. That is what 8 months of production from a 30-point scorer was worth on the trade market once legal trouble attached itself to his name. Detroit Pistons, 2001 to 2003. Robinson arrived in the middle of a franchise transformation. Chauncey Billups, Ben Wallace, Richard Hamilton, Tayshaun Prince. The pieces of a championship team were assembling around him in real time. Larry Brown was building something special. Robinson was not the centerpiece. He was the veteran presence, the professional, the player who understood the game at a level most of his teammates were still developing. He contributed. He competed. He did everything asked of him. Then, before the 2003-04 season, the season the Pistons would shock the world and win the championship, Detroit released him. He didn't get a ring. He was 1 year too early.
That detail is not insignificant.
2 NBA Finals losses with Portland, released 1 season before Detroit won it all. Always in the right place, always slightly before the moment. Golden State Warriors, 2003 to 2005. Robinson was 36 when he joined the Warriors. By this point in most careers, the conversation shifts entirely to exit strategy. Robinson kept playing like he had something left to prove. In 2004, against the Denver Nuggets, he scored 50 points. At 37 years old, coming off the bench, deep into the second half of a career everyone assumed was winding down. That game made him, at the time, one of the oldest players in NBA history to reach 50 points in a single contest. That performance tells you something the bankruptcy filing never could, that Clifford Robinson was an exceptional basketball player, not a cautionary tale with some good years mixed in. The talent was real. The competitive fire was real, right up until the end. Then 2005. He failed a drug test. 5-game suspension. The league's anti-drug policy kept no record of why, only that he had tested positive again. 3rd documented violation. The whispers around the league grew louder.
New Jersey Nets,
2005 to 2007. Robinson was 38 years old when he signed with the Nets. Fewer minutes, narrower responsibilities. The role of a veteran whose value lives more in what he knows than what he can still physically do. But he made it count. The 2005 to 06 season, New Jersey reached the second round of the Eastern Conference semifinals. They faced the Miami Heat, the team that would go on to win the championship. The series opened with a split. 1 win, 1 loss. Tied 1-1 heading back to New Jersey. This is the moment Robinson would carry with him for the rest of his life. Under the NBA's collective bargaining agreement, players were subject to 4 random drug tests per season. Once a player completed all 4, they were effectively clear, no more testing, regardless of what happened for the remainder of the year. 2 of Robinson's teammates had just finished their 4th test. They were done. They wanted to celebrate. They asked Robinson to smoke with them. He said no. He was 39 years old in his 17th season. He understood exactly what a 4th suspension would mean. They kept asking. He hadn't smoked in months, hadn't planned to. The Nets were in the second round. He had worked too hard to risk it. But they kept asking, and eventually, he relented. 2 days later, Robinson was selected for a random drug test. Positive. His suspension took effect, immediately removing him from the roster for games 3 through 7 of a series that was perfectly balanced and heading home. He sat in street clothes and watched the Nets lose. He described it years later with the quiet anguish of someone who had replayed it 1,000 times. That second suspension still nips at me. Not the Phoenix arrest. Not the Golden State test. The one in 2006, because he knew in that moment it was the last real chance he was ever going to have. He was right. Now look at all 3 suspensions together. The 1997 Portland incident. Cannabis found during a racially motivated stop, in a section of the vehicle not within his reach, that his brother said was his. Charged with possession regardless. The 2001 Phoenix incident, a DUI stop, 1-game suspension. The 2005 Golden State incident, a failed drug test for a substance Robinson openly used throughout his career to manage chronic pain, 5-game suspension. The 2006 New Jersey incident, a failed test taken 2 days after teammates who were no longer subject to testing themselves pressured a 39-year-old veteran into a decision he had already refused. 5-game suspension at the worst possible moment of his final playoff run. This is not the profile of a reckless man. It is the profile of a man using cannabis the way millions of Americans use it legally today, to manage pain, reduce anxiety, decompress from an extraordinarily demanding job in an era when the rules punished that choice without asking why. The tragedy is not that Robinson was weak. The tragedy is that he was honest about who he was in a league that had no tolerance for that honesty. July 2007. Robinson officially retired, 40 years old. 18 seasons, 1,380 games, 19,591 career points. He waited for the calls, coaching positions, front office roles, anything that would keep him connected to the game he had given everything to. The phone stayed quiet. He had poured 18 years into the NBA, and now the machine that had paid him well, punished him hard, and never once stood up for him when a false report became a national narrative, was simply done with him. $62 million in career earnings, no structure waiting on the other side. No plan for what came next. That combination was about to become very expensive. 2 years. That is how long it took. From the day Clifford Robinson retired in July 2007 to the day he filed for bankruptcy in 2009, 2 years. The number that stops people cold is not the bankruptcy itself, it's the speed of it. $62 million. Earned across 18 seasons, gone in the time it takes most people to pay off a car. His assets at filing, $7.1 million. His debts, $12.4 million. More than $5 million underwater. The question everyone asks is, where did the money go? The right question is, who was supposed to prevent this and where were they? The bankruptcy trustee identified the primary cause clearly. Failed real estate investments in Washington State and Jackson County, Oregon. Property deals that collapsed during the 2008 financial crisis, the worst housing market implosion in American history. Robinson was not unusual in this. The 2008 crash destroyed portfolios across every demographic. But athletes carry a specific vulnerability into that kind of environment that ordinary investors don't. When your earning window is 18 years instead of 40, the pressure to invest aggressively is enormous. Agents, financial advisors, the entire ecosystem orbiting professional athletes, all of them push toward growth, toward deals, toward making the money work harder. Real estate in the mid-2000s looked like the obvious answer. It had been appreciating for years. Everyone was doing it. The people advising Robinson were operating in an environment where the risk seemed manageable. It wasn't. And when the market collapsed, it didn't collapse gently. But real estate alone doesn't account for $62 million becoming a bankruptcy filing. Clifford Robinson grew up in Buffalo, where loyalty to family wasn't a value, it was a survival strategy. You protected your people because the world outside your circle wasn't protecting anyone. That instinct followed him into wealth, and it never left. He never spoke publicly about the specific details of his personal spending. The court documents don't itemize every dollar. But the financial pattern of athletes who go broke is well documented, and it almost never involves one catastrophic decision. It involves 1,000 smaller ones. Extended family on the payroll, friends who needed help, a lifestyle that kept running at full speed long after the paycheck stopped. Robinson was generous, deeply, unconditionally generous. And nobody in his professional circle, not his agents, not his financial advisors, not the NBA, ever built him a system that could survive that generosity long term. That is the system failure nobody puts in the headline. The NBA in 2007 had no meaningful financial education program for retiring players. The advisors around Robinson had compensation tied to the size of the investments they recommended, which meant their interests and his interests were not the same interests. The people who should have protected him from the most dangerous version of himself were the same people profiting from his decisions. He wasn't failed by his character. He was failed by an industry that handed 22-year-olds from difficult backgrounds enormous amounts of money and provided almost no infrastructure to keep it. He spent several years after the filing quietly rebuilding. The Portland house was auctioned. He restructured. He reduced. Worked through the debt with the same methodical patience he had brought to 461 consecutive games. Slowly, the hole got smaller. But basketball wasn't coming back. The coaching calls never materialized. The front office opportunities never appeared. He waited quietly, without making it a public grievance for the league to find a place for 18 years of knowledge and experience. It didn't. So in 2015, sitting in a suite for ex-players at the Blazers' home opener, next to a commissioner from the Oregon Liquor Control Commission and a longtime friend with experience in the medical marijuana space, Robinson reached what he later described as his tipping point. Oregon had just legalized recreational cannabis. The market was young. The rules were still being written, and the opportunity was enormous for anyone willing to step into it early. Robinson looked at that landscape and saw what nobody else had thought to do yet. January 2016. He announced his business to the world. The name? Uncle Spliffy. A play on Uncle Cliffy, the nickname born from a victory dance in 1992, now reclaimed with the kind of defiant humor only someone fully at peace with their own history could pull off. He was 49 years old, a decade out of the NBA, coming off a bankruptcy, and he was about to become the first professional athlete in American sports history to publicly build a business in the legal cannabis industry. He spoke about it plainly. People in Oregon know me as a basketball player, but I want to distill the stigma around cannabis, the misperception that athletes and cannabis are incompatible. He wasn't just opening a business. He was making an argument about the 1997 racial profiling, about the 3 suspensions, about what the league had taken from him and why. Legal cannabis gave him a way to say all of it out loud, on his own terms, for the first time. June 2017. Uncle Cliffy pre-rolled joints debuted at Oregon's finest dispensary in Portland. He showed up in person at 4:20 in the afternoon. People lined up, not just cannabis customers, but Blazers fans who remembered 1992, who had grown up watching him play, who knew exactly what this moment meant. It was the beginning of something real. 3 months before that debut, Robinson suffered a stroke. March 2017. The left side of his body went partially paralyzed. He recovered some function over time, never fully. In 2018, surgeons removed a tumor from his jaw. In 2019, he underwent surgery for cancer. One of his collaborators said it quietly. Every time he was about to launch a business venture, he seemed to suffer a health emergency. The Uncle Spliffy retail store he had planned to open in Portland never opened. But the Uncle Cliffy product line stayed on shelves across Oregon. The brand survived. The pre-rolls kept selling. The name he had built first on a basketball court, then in a courtroom, then in a dispensary, kept moving through the world without him. He had started something he couldn't finish. But he had started it. And in the conversation about athletes, drug policy, and racial justice, that beginning was irreversible. June 12, 2020. Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler sent a formal written apology to Clifford Robinson for what happened on that waterfront in July 1997. 23 years after the fact. A letter that cleared the record officially, publicly, on an incident that had quietly shaped the second half of his entire life. Robinson posted it on Twitter. He called it a win. He had 80 days left to live. On August 29, 2020, Clifford Robinson passed away at his home in Portland, Oregon. He was 53 years old. Lymphoma. The Trailblazers released a statement. His streak of 461 consecutive games still stands as a franchise record. Kevin Love, who grew up in Oregon watching those Blazers teams. Some of my earliest memories of NBA basketball were of you. Jim Calhoun, the coach who had told a struggling freshman he had two choices. I watched him evolve as a man. He was a good man. So what is this story actually about? It is not about an athlete who wasted his money, though the money is gone. It is not about a player who couldn't stay clean, though the suspensions are real. Those are the headlines. The headlines are almost never the story. This is about a man who used cannabis to play 461 consecutive games and was punished for it. Who was racially profiled in the city he gave 8 years to and received no protection from the organization he built. Who lost a fortune, partly through bad investments and partly through an industry that profited from athletes while building no safety net for them. Who then took the very thing that had been used against him his entire career and turned it into a movement. Clifford Robinson didn't fail because he was reckless. He failed because the systems around him, the league, the financial infrastructure, the media, the city, were never designed to protect someone like him. Today, cannabis is legal in most of the United States. The NBA has softened its drug policy. The sports cannabis industry that didn't exist before Robinson announced Uncle Spliffy is now worth billions. He built the foundation. He just didn't get to stand on it. The record in Portland still stands. 461 consecutive games. Nobody has broken it. Nobody has come close. Beijing, May 2012. 18,000 people are on their feet. A bronze statue is being unveiled outside the Olympic basketball arena. Dennis Rodman is giving a speech. The crowd is chanting a name not in English, but the meaning is unmistakable. The name they're chanting is Stephon Marbury. 3 years earlier, that same man was alone in a dark room somewhere in America, live streaming himself to strangers on the internet, crying, eating Vaseline. A man who had made over $150 million in the NBA reduced to a punchline. The internet laughed. The media shook their heads. Another cautionary tale about a gifted athlete who threw it all away. That's the story most people know. But here's what they didn't tell you. This isn't a story about ego, or money, or wasted talent. This is a story about what happens when a system built to use you never bothers to catch you when you fall. This is traded away, sued by his own team and fled to China, Stephon Marbury's unraveling. To understand what happened to Stephon Marbury, you have to understand where he came from. Not just Brooklyn, not just New York, Coney Island. In the 1980s and early 90s, Coney Island wasn't the tourist destination people romanticize. It was a neighborhood at the bottom of every economic ladder that mattered. Crumbling housing projects, unemployment, drugs moving through the same playgrounds where kids were supposed to be playing basketball. For the families living there, the American dream wasn't an aspiration, it was a rumor. Something that happened to other people, somewhere else. The Marbury family had 6 children. Don Marbury, the father, worked hard. Ida, the mother, held everything together. And all 4 of the older Marbury boys, Eric, Donnie, Norman, and Marlon, played basketball. Not recreationally, seriously, with intent. Each one of them had real talent. Each one of them came close. None of them made it. By the time Stephon Xavier Marbury was old enough to dribble a ball, the family already had a plan. An unspoken one, but a plan nonetheless. The youngest boy was different. Faster, sharper. His handles were something people stopped to watch. On the courts of Coney Island, where reputations are built one summer at a time, the kid earned a nickname before he earned a high school diploma. They called him Starbury. It wasn't just a nickname, it was a prophecy. The star the Marbury family had been waiting for. That kind of pressure, inherited, unasked for, threaded into your identity before you're old enough to choose, doesn't disappear when the lights get brighter. It compounds. Every contract, every trade demand, every public blow-up that the media would later reduce to the word selfish. The weight was always there underneath. He was never just playing for himself. He was playing for everyone who didn't make it out. At Abraham Lincoln High School in Brooklyn, Marbury became the best point guard New York City had seen in a generation. College scouts were there before he was a junior. By the time he committed to Georgia Tech, the trajectory was already set. One season with the Yellow Jackets, NCAA tournament, then the draft. 1996, Stephon Marbury is 19 years old. The Milwaukee Bucks select him 4th overall in the NBA draft. Then, before he plays a single professional game, before he laces up for a single practice, the Bucks trade him to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Most people don't pause on that detail. They should. The first transaction of Stephon Marbury's professional career was someone else deciding he belonged somewhere different. He hadn't done anything wrong. He hadn't demanded anything. He was a teenager who had just achieved one of the hardest things in American sports, and the league's response was to immediately move him like a piece on a board. He landed in Minnesota alongside Kevin Garnett, two of the most gifted players of their generation, sharing the same court, the same city, the same impossible expectations. On paper, it looked like a dynasty in the making. But the NBA is not played on paper. 3 years later, Marbury would demand a trade out of Minnesota. The media would call it selfishness. They would say he couldn't play alongside another star, that he needed the ball too much, that he was, fundamentally, the problem. What they didn't say, what almost nobody said, is that the league had already shown him exactly how this worked. You are not a person here. You are a transaction. That lesson arrived on day one. He just hadn't learned to live with it yet. Between 1999 and 2004, Stephon Marbury became one of the most valuable point guards in professional basketball. Not almost, not arguably, objectively. After leaving Minnesota, he landed with the New Jersey Nets on a 6-year deal worth $70.9 million. Then Phoenix, a 4-year extension ranging between $76 and $80 million. Back-to-back All-Star selections. 2 All-NBA team honors. A player who averaged nearly 20 points and 8 assists per game, numbers that, at the time, put him in the conversation with the best in the league at his position. In Phoenix, under coach Frank Johnson, Marbury was at his sharpest. Explosive off the dribble. Creative in pick and roll. The kind of point guard who could take over a game before the other team had figured out what happened. His peak seasons with the Suns are what people forget when they tell the Stephon Marbury story. They skip straight to the Knicks, to the chaos, to the meltdown. But before any of that, this man could play. Then came the trade that was supposed to change everything. January 2004. The New York Knicks acquire Stephon Marbury from Phoenix. Madison Square Garden erupts. He was coming home. A kid from Coney Island, playing in the building he grew up watching on television, in the city that raised him, for the franchise that meant everything to New York basketball. The storyline wrote itself. The prodigal son returns. The Mecca gets its star. In his first half season with the Knicks, they made the playoffs. The dream felt real. it wouldn't stay real for long. But we'll get to that. Because in the middle of all this, somewhere between the contracts and the noise and the MSG spotlight, Stephon Marbury did something that almost no athlete at his level had ever done before. He tried to start a revolution. With a shoe. In 2006, Marbury partnered with discount retail chain Steve & Barry's to launch the Starbury line. The flagship shoe? $14.98. Let that land for a second. This was 2006. Nike Air Force Ones were selling for $80 to $100. Jordan brand sneakers were pushing $150 and above. The market had spent 2 decades convincing kids, especially kids in neighborhoods like Coney Island, that their worth on the court was tied to what they wore on their feet. That to be taken seriously, you needed to spend money you didn't have on shoes made by someone who'd never met you. Marbury had grown up in that world. He knew what it cost. Not the retail price, the actual cost, the pressure on parents, the kids who got robbed for their sneakers walking home, the quiet humiliation of showing up in the wrong pair. I don't want kids who look like me to not be able to play because they can't afford the shoes, he said at the time. The Starbury line sold millions of pairs. Independent tests by outlets that cut the shoe apart found the materials comparable to sneakers 3 to 4 times the price. Athletes wore them in pickup games. Parents wrote letters. For a brief, genuinely remarkable moment, it looked like Marbury had figured out how to use his platform for something larger than himself. Sports Illustrated put him on a list of good guys in sports 3 times. That's the part of the Stephon Marbury story that gets buried every time. But here's what nobody paid attention to in 2006. Steve & Barry's was not a healthy company. Behind the discount prices and rapid expansion was a business model drowning in debt. They were opening stores faster than they could sustain. Their entire operation was built on a financial structure that required constant growth just to survive. Marbury's shoe was attached to a company that was already dying. He didn't know that yet. In 2008, Steve & Barry's filed for bankruptcy and closed every single store. The Starbury brand, the revolution, the $15 shoe, the letters from parents evaporated almost overnight. And by then, Marbury had much bigger problems waiting for him in New York. Here's something the Stephon Marbury narrative almost always gets wrong. The New York Knicks didn't fail because of Stephon Marbury. Stephon Marbury failed partly because of the New York Knicks. That distinction matters. And understanding it requires looking honestly at the organization he walked into in 2004. Not the mythology of Madison Square Garden, not the legacy. The actual institution, as it existed in that specific window of time. Because what Marbury walked into wasn't a basketball team with a complicated star. It was a dysfunction factory operating at full capacity, and he was the most expensive piece of machinery inside it. Isaiah Thomas became president of basketball operations for the Knicks in 2003. Within 5 years, he had assembled one of the most catastrophically mismanaged rosters in modern NBA history. Bad contracts stacked on top of bad contracts. Coaching changes that made no strategic sense. A front office that seemed to confuse activity with progress. Thomas clashed with head coach Larry Brown almost immediately after Brown was brought in for the 2005-06 season. The two men reportedly couldn't agree on anything: roster construction, rotations, philosophy, authority. Marbury was caught directly in the middle, feuding openly with Brown, while Thomas, his nominal ally, created a power structure that made coherent basketball nearly impossible. Brown was fired after 1 season, but still walked away with an $18.5 million settlement. Think about that number. The Knicks paid their fired coach $18.5 million to leave. This is the organization that would later publicly humiliate Marbury for being too expensive to keep. Thomas then took over as head coach himself, which meant Marbury was now playing for the same man who ran the front office that had built the broken team around him. The accountability loop was closed. There was no one left to complain to. In his final season under Thomas, Marbury averaged career lows in points and assists. Thomas removed him from the starting lineup. Their relationship, according to multiple reports, had deteriorated beyond repair. Marbury said at the time, "I've got so much stuff on Isaiah and he knows it." That sentence was treated as a threat. It was also a window into how poisonous that environment had become.
But it wasn't only basketball that was unraveling.
In 2005, Marbury was arrested for DUI in Arizona. His blood alcohol level registered more than double the legal limit. He was jailed for 10 days. The incident was covered, noted, and largely moved past because there were always more Knicks controversies waiting in line behind it. Then came the lawsuit. In 2006, former Knicks executive Anucha Brown Sanders filed a sexual harassment lawsuit against Madison Square Garden, James Dolan, and Isaiah Thomas. The trial in 2007 became a tabloid spectacle that consumed the entire organization. In court, Marbury was called to testify, and what came out pulled him directly into the story. He admitted to a sexual encounter with a Madison Square Garden intern following a night that included a strip club outing in 2005. The intern herself testified that the encounter was consensual. What the court established, however, was that the Knicks operated as what the jury formally described as a hostile work environment. The verdict: $11.6 million against Madison Square Garden and James Dolan. Marbury left the courthouse after his testimony, stepped into a crowded elevator, and said to no one in particular, "Money makes you do crazy things, man." Then he walked out smiling. Singing a song out loud. What is confirmed through court documents? Marbury was not a defendant in that case. What is also confirmed? His behavior was part of the evidence used to establish the organization's culture. The critical distinction that got lost in the coverage: he was a symptom as much as a cause. Around the same time, separate court papers revealed another affair, this one with his personal chef, Thariah Mitchell, whom Marbury had hired in January 2006. Mitchell alleged the relationship was coercive. Marbury maintained it was consensual, but offered her $900,000 to stay quiet. An arbitrator later ruled in Mitchell's favor, awarding her $330,000. December 2, 2007. The New York Knicks are playing the Phoenix Suns at Madison Square Garden. Don Marbury, Stefan's father, the man who worked his whole life so his youngest son could make it out of Coney Island, is in the stands watching his boy play. During the game, Don suffers a heart attack. His siblings, not wanting to alarm Stefan before the game ended, didn't tell him immediately. They assumed it would be okay, that everything would stabilize. Don Marbury passed away after the game. Stefan found out when it was already over. The man who had carried the weight of his entire family's dreams on his back. The weight that had defined every decision he ever made. Every trade demand. Every desperate attempt to prove something had been sitting in that building, watching, and was gone before Stefan even knew he needed to say goodbye. He played 8 games the rest of that season. Nobody asked why. The media noted his absence from the lineup. Isaiah Thomas, according to reports, had complicated feelings about Marbury's commitment. The narrative machine kept turning. What it didn't do, what it almost never does, was stop. Because the league doesn't stop for grief. The contracts don't stop. The obligations don't stop. And by the time the 2008-09 season arrived, Stephon Marbury was a different person than the one who had walked into Madison Square Garden with the crowd on its feet 4 years earlier. He just didn't know yet how much further he had left to fall. In April 2008, the New York Knicks fired Isaiah Thomas. For Stephon Marbury, this should have been a reset, a chance to start clean. The man he'd feuded with for years was gone. New leadership was coming in. Maybe, just maybe, this was where the story turned around. It didn't turn around. It accelerated straight off the edge. The Knicks hired Mike D'Antoni, the architect of the Phoenix Suns' 7 seconds or less offense, one of the most innovative coaching minds of his generation. D'Antoni was energetic, forward-thinking. The city was excited. D'Antoni also had a history with Marbury, a brief, uncomfortable one from Marbury's final days in Phoenix. Nothing explosive, just enough friction to make the temperature in the room slightly wrong from the beginning. That summer, the Knicks signed Chris Duhon as their starting point guard. Marbury showed up to training camp in shape. He competed for the starting job. He lost. D'Antoni told him he'd have a role approximately 35 minutes of playing time in certain games, but it would not be the role Marbury had held for the previous 4 years. To Marbury, this wasn't a role, it was a message. He gave me straight disrespect, Marbury told the New York Post. It was beyond disrespect. He put in Gallinari, whose back is messed up, ahead of me. That's saying I'm letting you have it right now. He was sticking it to me. D'Antoni heard the comments and responded with characteristic calm. I hate that. Obviously he's in a tough position, and I don't think anybody's thrilled with where anybody is. Two men speaking past each other. An organization holding its breath. The Knicks' official position, stated publicly by President Donnie Walsh, was clear. They would not waive Marbury. They would not buy him out. They would not trade him. His $21.9 million salary made him essentially unmovable. And they would not let him play, unless injuries left them with no other options. They were going to pay Stephon Marbury $21 million to sit and watch. And that's exactly what they did. For weeks. November 26, 2008. The Knicks are in Detroit. They have 7 healthy players available. 7. Trades and injuries have stripped the roster down to the bone. D'Antoni approaches Marbury before the game, asks him to suit up, asks him to play. What happened next depends entirely on who you ask. D'Antoni said Marbury refused. Marbury said he never heard a direct order. The details of their conversation were disputed in the press for days. What is not disputed? Marbury did not play. The Knicks lost 110-96. And 2 days later, the organization came down hard. 1-game suspension. Nearly $400,000 docked from his salary. A public statement from Donnie Walsh that read, "A player's central obligation is to provide his professional services when called upon." Marbury earned $190,000 per game that season. The fine was not about the money. It was about the signal. His teammates heard it too. Quentin Richardson, asked about Marbury's refusal after the game, didn't soften anything. "I don't pay attention to him," Richardson said, "because I don't look at him as a teammate anyway." Think about that sentence. Not from a coach, not from management, from a teammate, a man who shared a locker room with him. Publicly, to reporters, during an active season. "I don't look at him as a teammate anyway." The locker room, the one place in professional sports where the mythology says men always stand together, had turned its back on him completely. Marbury responded in the press, "I sat there for 3 weeks and didn't say one word. I didn't hear one of my teammates say, 'Why isn't Stephon playing?' They left me out for dead. It's like we're in a foxhole and I'm facing the other way. If I got shot in the head, at least you want to get shot by the enemy." On December 1, 2008, Donnie Walsh issued a formal statement banning Marbury from attending practices or games until further notice. What followed was 3 months of public theater, with a man's livelihood and dignity at the center of it. The Knicks wanted a buyout. Marbury wanted his full contract honored. The gap between their positions was not just financial, It was philosophical. Marbury believed, not unreasonably, that he had not walked out on the team. The team had walked out on him. Why should he forfeit money because management decided they no longer wanted him? Walsh held firm. Marbury held firm. And while they negotiated, Marbury watched Knicks games from the stands, not from the bench, not from the locker room, from the stands, like a fan who happened to have a very good seat. He flew to Los Angeles and sat in the audience at a Lakers game. He watched a Warriors-Timberwolves game in Minneapolis. A man with a $21 million salary, banned from his own team, traveling to NBA arenas as a spectator. The images circulated. The commentary was merciless. On February 24, 2009, Marbury and the Knicks finally reached an agreement. He forfeited approximately $2 million from his contract. He was released. Within days, he signed with the Boston Celtics, the defending champions, for the stretch run. It looked, briefly, like a redemption arc. The Celtics lost in the second round. Marbury played limited minutes. His NBA career ended not with a moment, but with a quiet fade. No farewell. No acknowledgement. The league he had given 13 years to simply moved on to the next story. Then came the summer of 2009. And this is the part that requires you to set aside whatever you think you know about what happened. Because the version most people saw and the version that was actually happening were two completely different things. Steve & Barry's had filed for bankruptcy in 2008. Every store closed. The Starberry brand, the $15 shoe, the letters from parents, the genuine attempt to build something meaningful was gone. Not struggling, gone. Wells Fargo, formerly Wachovia, filed suit against Marbury for $16 million related to a real estate investment deal gone wrong. A follow-up suit for an additional $3 million came in 2012. The legal fees alone were staggering. The contracts had stopped. The brand had collapsed. The lawsuits were stacking up. The city that had once put him on a pedestal had officially declared him, in the words of the New York Daily News, the most reviled athlete in town. In July 2009, Stephon Marbury sat alone and turned on a camera. He live-streamed himself for nearly 24 hours. He answered questions from strangers on the internet. He wept openly. At one point, he ate Vaseline, later explaining it was a home remedy for a sore throat. The internet did what the internet does. Clips spread. Memes were made. Sports radio spent a week treating it as comedy. Another athlete losing his mind. Another cautionary tale. Another reminder of what happens when ego outgrows talent. That's what the world saw. Here's what was actually happening. Years later, in a 2015 interview with HBO's Real Sports, Marbury finally said it plainly. I wanted to kill myself some days. I did. It wasn't about basketball. It started to become about me, because I was that depressed and I was that sick. His wife Latasha described him lying in bed all day, eating Fruity Pebbles, unable to move. Not performing. Not seeking attention. Disappearing. He had lost his father. Lost his career. Lost his brand. Lost his teammates. Lost his city. And when he finally broke visibly, publicly, undeniably, the response from the world that had consumed his highlights for 13 years was laughter. Not one major outlet asked the obvious question, why is he crying? Because the machine that had built Stephon Marbury into a commodity had no infrastructure for what happened when the commodity stopped performing. No protocol for grief. No framework for mental health. No mechanism for catching someone on the way down. Just cameras. And clicks. And people moving on to the next story. Stephon Marbury had made over $150 million in the NBA. In the summer of 2009, he was alone in a room, wanting to die, and the world was laughing at him. That is the fall. Not the contract dispute, not the Vaseline, not the memes. The fall is what it costs a person to be treated as a product for their entire adult life, and then discarded the moment the product stops selling. In January 2010, Stephon Marbury received an email. It was from the Shanxi Brave Dragons, a team in China's basketball association that most American sports fans had never heard of. The offer was simple. Come play basketball in China. The salary was a fraction of what he'd made in the NBA. The country was on the other side of the world. The language was one he didn't speak. The culture was one he knew nothing about. His knowledge of China, by his own admission, began and ended with two things: Yao Ming and the Great Wall. He almost said no. And then he thought about the alternative, the empty days, the lawsuits, the silence where a career used to be, and he said yes. That decision, made without fanfare, without a press conference, without anyone in America paying much attention, would turn out to be the most important of his life. When Marbury landed at Taiyuan Airport in Shanxi Province, something unexpected happened. There were fans waiting for him. Not a handful. Not a polite welcoming committee. Hundreds of people who had come specifically to see this man that American sports media had spent the last year treating as a cautionary tale. They held signs. They chanted. They pressed forward just to be near him. Marbury stood at that airport and felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Wanted. The transformation that followed wasn't instant. His first season with Shanxi was a recalibration. Relearning how to play without the weight of New York on his back. Without the feuds. Without the tabloid cameras pointed at his every move. He moved to Foshan briefly, then signed with the Beijing Ducks. The Shougang Beijing Ducks in 2011. And that's where everything changed. In Beijing, Marbury did something that almost no high-profile American athlete playing abroad had ever done. He didn't treat it like an exile. He didn't count the days until he could go home. He didn't demand the privileges that foreign stars typically extracted from Chinese clubs. Private drivers, separate hotels, special meal arrangements, first-class travel while teammates flew economy. He took the subway. The actual Beijing subway, elbow to elbow with commuters, the same as everyone else. He flew economy with the team. He ate in the canteen. He learned phrases in Mandarin. He opened a social media account on Sina Weibo, China's equivalent of Twitter, and replied personally to fans. Thousands of messages. He wrote a weekly column for China Daily. For a man who had been called the most reviled athlete in his hometown, he was remarkably good at making people feel like he was one of them. The basketball followed. The 2011-12 season. Beijing Ducks opened 13-0. In the playoff series against Shanxi, Marbury averages 45 points per game. The Ducks reached the CBA Finals against the Guangdong Southern Tigers, 7-time champions, the most dominant dynasty in Chinese basketball history. Beijing wins. First championship in the franchise's 19-year history. In May 2012, a bronze statue of Stephon Marbury is unveiled outside the MasterCard Center, the arena built for the 2008 Beijing Olympics. Dennis Rodman attends the ceremony. 18,000 fans fill the building. The man who had been banned from his own team's practices 3 years earlier now had a monument erected in his honor in the capital city of the world's most populous nation. 2 more championships followed, 2014, then 2015, when Marbury was named Finals MVP at age 38. In 2015, the Chinese government granted him permanent residency, a green card, in the informal translation. He was only the fifth American basketball player in history to receive one. A year later, the Beijing government named him an honorary citizen, placing him alongside former IOC president Jacques Rogge and Hong Kong billionaire Li Ka-shing on a list of 30 people who had contributed meaningfully to the city. A museum, a postal stamp, a key to the city. A movie about his life, My Other Home, released in Chinese theaters. The man America had discarded had become, in the fullest possible sense, irreplaceable somewhere else. But here's what the redemption arc can obscure if you let it. The fact that Marbury rebuilt his life in China doesn't mean the collapse was inevitable. It doesn't mean the system worked. It doesn't mean everyone who falls that far finds a Shanxi Brave Dragons email waiting in their inbox. So let's be precise about what actually failed. Failure number 1. The NBA's transaction machine. Stephon Marbury was traded before he played his first professional game. He was traded 4 more times across his career. Each trade was framed publicly as a basketball decision. None of them were accompanied by any institutional support for what it means to uproot a person's life repeatedly, on someone else's timeline, for someone else's reasons. When his father died in the stands at Madison Square Garden, the league's schedule did not pause. His contractual obligations did not pause. The expectation that he would perform did not pause. There is no version of that story where the system around him was functioning as it should. Failure number 2. The Knicks organization. A federal jury in 2007 formally determined that Madison Square Garden operated as a hostile work environment. That is not an opinion. That is a legal finding. Marbury played the most consequential years of his career inside an institution that a court of law said did not meet basic standards of professional conduct. The dysfunction that surrounded him, the coaching carousel, the Thomas era, the public humiliations, was not incidental to his decline. It was the environment that produced it. Failure number 3. The media. The New York Daily News called him the most reviled athlete in town. Sports Illustrated named him the most undesirable teammate. When he live-streamed himself crying and eating Vaseline in the summer of 2009, the coverage was almost universally contemptuous. Not one major outlet in the immediate aftermath framed it as what it actually was: a man in mental health crisis, publicly, in real time. The machine that had monetized his highlights for 13 years had no interest in monetizing his suffering, only in mocking it. Failure number 4. The people closest to him. This one is harder to say, but the same entourage structure that consumed athletes like Allen Iverson quietly surrounded Marbury too. People with financial interests in his continued spending. People who had every incentive to tell him what he wanted to hear, and none to tell him the truth. When the Knicks' situation deteriorated, almost no one in his inner circle had the standing or the courage to say, "This isn't worth it. Walk away." And then there is the final failure, the one Marbury himself has acknowledged most directly. He made choices that hurt people. The affairs, the hush money, the refusal to play when teammates needed him on the floor. These are not excused by the failures of the system around him. He was a grown man with agency, and some of what happened was the direct result of decisions he made. "I did something that men did," he told The New Yorker in 2020, "and I paid for it." No deflection, no victimhood, just a man accounting honestly for his own part in the wreckage. That accounting matters, because the most accurate version of this story is not Stephon Marbury was destroyed by forces beyond his control. And it's not Stephon Marbury destroyed himself through selfishness and poor choices. It's both, simultaneously. The way it almost always is when a person's life comes apart at this scale. Systems fail people, and people fail themselves. And sometimes those two things happen at the exact same time, in the exact same place, and nobody stops to figure out which came first. So what really happened to Stephon Marbury? It wasn't the ego. It wasn't the contracts. It wasn't even the Knicks. Here's what it was. Coney Island taught Stephon Marbury one thing above everything else. Basketball is survival. Carry your family. Don't show weakness. Your value is what you produce on the court. That lesson got him out of the projects. It got him to the NBA. It got him $150 million. And then it destroyed him. Because nobody, not the league, not the Knicks, not the media, not the people closest to him, ever replaced that lesson with something more complete. Something that accounted for grief, for betrayal, for the specific loneliness of being publicly discarded by the city that raised you. The system took everything he had, and when there was nothing left to take, it moved on. Today, Stephon Marbury is 48 years old. His net worth sits around $40 million real, lasting wealth built largely in a country he once knew nothing about. In 2023, he and Latasha divorced after 21 years of marriage. In April 2025, he married Chinese singer Wang Yuling in Philadelphia. He still lives in Beijing. The statue is still standing. In America, people remember him for the Vaseline video. In China, they remember him for what he did after. That gap between how a country discards someone and how another country receives them is the real story. Not the $120 million, not the scandals, not the meltdown. The real story is simpler and sadder than any of that. Stephon Marbury just needed someone to catch him. He had to fly 10,000 miles to find them. It's 2009. Eddie Curry is sitting in a lawyer's office in New York. On the table in front of him is a lawsuit. A loan for $570,000, taken out in his name, signed with his signature. There's just one problem. He never signed it. He never walked into that office. He never shook that hand. He never agreed to those terms. But the signature is perfect because it wasn't forged. It was stamped. Someone in his inner circle had a rubber stamp made with his exact signature and used it to borrow $500,000 from a Las Vegas lender with an 84% interest rate. By the time Curry found out, the debt had already doubled. This is a story about $80 million. About a 7-foot kid from Harvey, Illinois, who was supposed to be the next big thing. And about 3 words, power of attorney, that quietly burned it all down. Harvey, Illinois is not the kind of place that produces NBA stars. It's a small industrial suburb sitting about 20 miles south of Chicago. The kind of town where the steel mills closed and never came back, where the tax base collapsed, where the schools struggled, and where a lot of kids grew up learning very early that the world doesn't hand you anything. That's where Eddie Curry was born on December 5, 1982. He grew up in a single-parent household, raised by his mother Michelle, in a neighborhood where options were limited and futures were uncertain. By his own account, basketball wasn't even part of the plan. What Eddie Curry actually wanted to be, and this will surprise you, was a gymnast. Not a power forward, not a center, a gymnast. There was something in him that was drawn to precision, to discipline, to the idea of controlling a body through space. That dream didn't last long, because by 7th grade, Eddie Curry was already 6 feet tall, and getting taller. By the time he arrived at Thornwood High School in South Holland, Illinois, he was impossible to ignore. 7 feet, soft hands, deceptive quickness for a man his size. His footwork around the basket was almost delicate, a remnant, maybe, of that gymnast's instinct. Opponents simply had no answer for him. Coaches from around the country had no answer for him either, except to show up and offer scholarships. By his senior year in 2001, the recruiting world had run out of superlatives. He was named Illinois Mr. Basketball. He made the McDonald's All-American team, the most prestigious honor in high school basketball, a list that reads like a who's who of NBA history. He committed to DePaul University. Then, almost immediately, he uncommitted, because the NBA came calling. And when you're 18 years old, from Harvey, Illinois, and the NBA comes calling, you don't say no. On June 27, 2001, the Chicago Bulls selected Eddie Curry with the 4th overall pick in the NBA draft, the same draft that produced Pau Gasol, Tyson Chandler, Tony Parker, a historically deep class. And Curry was right there in the middle of it, anointed, expected, and carrying the hopes of a franchise that had been drifting since Michael Jordan walked out the door. The money arrived immediately. A rookie deal worth around $12 million over 4 years. For a kid from Harvey who had grown up watching his mother stretch every dollar, that number was incomprehensible. Not just large, incomprehensible. And here is where the story really begins. Not on the court, not in the draft, but in that gap, that silent, dangerous gap between the moment the check arrives and the moment a person understands what to do with it. Eddie Curry had spent 18 years learning how to score in the paint. Nobody had spent 18 minutes teaching him how money actually works, how agents work, how business managers work, how a simple legal document called a power of attorney can hand someone else the keys to everything you own. He wasn't alone in that ignorance. He was barely an adult, but that ignorance had a price. And in Eddie Curry's case, that price was going to be enormous. His first season, he made the NBA All-Rookie First Team. His third season, he was averaging nearly 17 points per game and helping lead the Bulls back to the playoffs for the first time in years. The city of Chicago started to believe again. Writers started reaching for the comparison that would follow him everywhere. Baby Shaq. A nickname that carried both the highest of expectations and, as it turned out, the heaviest of pressures. The rise was real, but underneath it, something was already being built quietly, legally, and entirely without Eddie Curry's knowledge. A structure of trust that had no guardrails. By his third year in the league, Eddie Curry was becoming exactly what everyone had predicted. The 2004-05 Chicago Bulls were young, hungry, and surprisingly dangerous. And at the center of everything, literally and figuratively, was Curry. He was averaging close to 17 points per game, leading the team in scoring, and doing it with a fluidity that made opposing centers look slow and outdated. The Bulls made the playoffs. The city was loud again, and the nickname that had followed him since high school was now showing up in national headlines. Baby Shaq. 2 words that meant, this kid is the future. Then, on March 30th, 2005, during a game against the Memphis Grizzlies, Curry felt his heart doing something wrong. Chest pains. Lightheadedness. He came off the floor. Tests came back with a finding that scared everyone in the organization. An irregular heartbeat. The Bulls wanted answers. They requested that Curry undergo a DNA test to check for a hereditary heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, a condition that, in rare cases, can be fatal during intense physical exertion. Curry refused. His doctors had cleared him to play. Several prominent cardiologists backed him up, but the Bulls weren't satisfied, and the relationship between player and organization deteriorated fast. By that summer, the Bulls had seen enough. They traded Eddie Curry to the New York Knicks. The return for a 22-year-old potential franchise center? A first-round draft pick that would eventually become LaMarcus Aldridge, a 4-time All-Star who played 15 seasons in the league. Chicago moved on, and Curry flew to New York, where everything got bigger. The contract the Knicks handed him was staggering. 6 years, $56 million. One of the richest deals ever given to a center at that point in NBA history. For a 22-year-old kid from Harvey, Illinois, it was a number that existed in a different universe. The kind of money that doesn't feel real because nothing in your life has ever prepared you for it to be real. And New York, to its credit, gave Curry exactly what he needed to perform. Under coach Isaiah Thomas in the 2006-07 season, Curry was unleashed as the primary offensive option. He responded with the best basketball of his life. 19.6 points per game, 7.1 rebounds, career highs across the board. On April 7, 2007, against the Milwaukee Bucks, he dropped 43 points, a performance so dominant it felt like the promise was finally being fulfilled. Baby Shaq wasn't a nickname anymore. It felt like a prophecy. But this is where you have to look underneath the surface. Because while Curry was performing at his peak on the court, something else was being constructed off it, and he was barely paying attention. The lifestyle had expanded to match the contract. A $6.2 million mansion in Burr Ridge, Illinois, 9 fireplaces, 11 bathrooms, an elevator, a home theater, a wine cellar, a $17,000 a month rental home in the New York suburbs, a $6,000 a month personal chef, a dozen cars purchased not just for himself, but for family members, friends, people who needed help. Court documents would later show monthly expenses that were almost architectural in their scale. $10,000 for clothing, $10,000 for restaurants, $3,000 for dry cleaning. His barber from back home in Hampton traveled with him up to $5,000 a month just for haircuts. The total? Court filings would eventually put his monthly expenses at over $360,000. Now here is where you need to understand something critical. None of that spending was Curry's biggest problem. The biggest problem was what he did with the management of all of it. Somewhere in the middle of this period, right around the time the Knicks contract was signed, Curry handed over control of his finances to a business manager named Lamont Carter. Carter handled everything: contracts, payments, bills, accounts. Curry's job was to play basketball. Carter's job was to handle the rest. And Curry trusted him completely. "I couldn't say no," Curry would later say, talking about his generosity with people in need. But that same instinct, that same inability to draw hard lines with people he trusted, extended to how he managed his professional life. He didn't audit Carter's work. He didn't bring in a second set of eyes. He didn't demand regular reports. He asked questions sometimes. He got answers. He moved on. This is not unusual, by the way. This is exactly what happens to hundreds of young professional athletes every single year. You come from nothing. You suddenly have everything. And the most natural thing in the world, the thing that feels smart, that feels responsible, is to find someone who seems to know what they're doing and hand the wheel over. The problem isn't the instinct. The instinct makes sense. The problem is what happens when the person holding the wheel decides the car is theirs. Carter's full role in Curry's financial collapse wouldn't become clear until years later, when Curry sued him and demanded records. But the foundation was already being laid during these peak years, quietly, behind the scenes, while Curry was scoring 43 points in Milwaukee and the New York crowd was chanting his name. The peak always looks cleaner than it was, because somewhere in the paperwork that Curry never fully read, somewhere in the legal language he never fully understood, a document had been signed that gave someone else the power to act as Eddie Curry in almost every financial context that mattered. 3 words: power of attorney. Curry thought it was a convenience. It was a loaded gun. Let's talk about what a power of attorney actually is. Because most people hear that phrase and think of hospitals, end-of-life planning, elderly parents who can no longer make decisions for themselves. It sounds like a document that exists at the edges of life, serious but distant. Something you deal with eventually. In reality, a power of attorney is one of the most powerful legal instruments a person can sign on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon. When you grant someone power of attorney, you are legally authorizing them to act as you. Not on your behalf, not with your permission, as you. They can sign contracts in your name, open accounts in your name, take out loans in your name, make financial decisions that bind you completely, and in many cases, you won't find out until it's too late to undo them. For most people, in most circumstances, it's a reasonable tool. But hand it to someone without ethics, in a state with no usury laws, and no independent oversight watching what they do, and you have just handed them a master key to your entire financial life. That is exactly what Eddie Curry did. And for a while long enough to feel normal, nothing seemed wrong. The money was coming in, the bills were being paid. Carter was handling the logistics of a financial life that had become genuinely complex. Multiple properties, a large extended family on payroll, a rotating cast of cars and expenses, and legal matters that required constant attention. From the outside, everything looked managed. From the inside, Curry later admitted, he simply wasn't looking closely enough. I realized my accountant wasn't doing what he was supposed to do, Curry said years later in an interview. He had loans here and there. Loans here and there. That phrase deserves to sit for a moment, because what it describes isn't a single act of betrayal. It's a pattern. A slow accumulation of decisions, each one made in Curry's name, with Curry's legal authority, without Curry's knowledge, that compounded quietly in the background while he went to practice, flew to away games, and signed autographs for kids who wanted to be him. Here's what was actually happening. At some point during Curry's final years with the Knicks, Carter, armed with the power of attorney, had a rubber stamp made, an exact replica of Eddie Curry's signature. Not a forgery in the traditional sense, not shaky handwriting trying to imitate something. A stamp. Clean. Consistent. Legally indistinguishable from the real thing on a page. With that stamp, Carter could sign anything. Contracts. Agreements. Loan documents. The stamp didn't require Curry to be in the room. It didn't require a phone call. It didn't require 5 seconds of consideration by the person whose name was being placed on a legally binding document. Carter would later be accused of using that stamp to purchase TVs, Escalades, and trips running expenses through Curry's accounts as though they were his own. But the stamp's most catastrophic application was a single transaction. Sometime toward the end of Curry's tenure in New York, Carter walked into a financial arrangement with a Las Vegas-based company called All-Star Capital, Inc. He stamped Curry's signature on a loan agreement for $570,000. Now every detail of what follows matters. All-Star Capital operated out of Nevada. And Nevada, unlike Illinois or New York, has no usury laws. Usury laws are the regulations that cap how much interest a lender can legally charge. In Illinois, that cap is 9%. In New York, 16%. In Nevada, nothing. Lenders can charge whatever rate a borrower will accept. And a borrower who doesn't know they're borrowing anything will accept any rate at all. The interest rate on Curry's loan was 84.36% per year. If the loan wasn't repaid on time, which it wasn't because Carter defaulted, the rate would escalate to 89.36%. Eddie Curry did not know this loan existed. He did not know the money had been borrowed. He did not know the payments had been missed. He did not know that in a courtroom in Nevada, a judgment was quietly accumulating against his name. He found out the way people find out when they haven't been watching suddenly, completely, and with no time to prepare. A lawsuit landed on his doorstep. By then, the $570,000 had ballooned past $1.2 million, and it kept climbing. It was a $500,000 loan, Curry explained. I ended up having to pay like $4 million on this loan. $4 million. On a loan he never agreed to take. And here is the part of the story that the headline never captures. The part that requires you to understand what was happening around Curry at the same time, not just to him. By 2008 and into 2009, Curry's performance on the court had collapsed. He showed up to Knicks training camp out of shape, not for the first time. New head coach Mike D'Antoni, known for demanding elite conditioning, had no patience for it. Curry lost his starting spot. Then he lost his place in the rotation entirely. A player making over $10 million a year was sitting at the end of the bench, barely dressing, while his financial life disintegrated without his awareness in the background. Nobody in his circle had an incentive to tell him the full truth. His agent earned a percentage of contracts already signed. His business manager controlled the accounts. His entourage depended on his generosity. Court documents would later show that Curry was supporting an extended network that included $17,000 per month to relatives and financial obligations to over a dozen people in his personal orbit. When everyone around you is getting paid, nobody volunteers the news that the machine is breaking down. Curry would later say that the warning signs were there. Small inconsistencies, numbers that didn't quite add up, questions that got answered just convincingly enough to dissolve his suspicion. He wasn't naive. He wasn't stupid. He was 25 years old, playing professional basketball and trusting the people he had put in charge of the things he didn't understand. That's not a character flaw. That's a trap. And by early 2009, it was about to spring shut from every direction at once. 2009 arrived like a verdict. Not a single moment, not one clean break, but a series of blows, financial, legal, personal, that landed in such rapid succession that there was no space between them to breathe. No time to process one before the next one hit. It was the kind of year that doesn't just change a person's circumstances, it changes the way they understand the world. And for Eddie Curry, it started with a lawsuit he had no idea was coming. When the legal papers arrived, Curry did what anyone would do when confronted with a debt they didn't know existed. He looked for answers. What he found was the stamp. His business manager, the man he had trusted with power of attorney over his financial life for 3 years, had used a rubber replica of Curry's signature to borrow $570,000 from All-Star Capital Inc., a Las Vegas-based lending company. The loan had been taken out, the payments had been missed, and by the time Curry found out, the interest compounding at nearly 85% annually had already pushed the total past $1.2 million and climbing. A Manhattan court moved quickly. The judge ordered Curry to pay $75,000 per month to All-Star Capital until the debt was resolved. The court also issued an order authorizing All-Star to seize 3 of Curry's vehicles: a Rolls-Royce Phantom convertible and 2 Land Rover SUVs, all 2009 models. Cars that Curry had paid for, registered in his name, now being driven away because of a loan he never signed. Lawyers for both sides said they were working toward a settlement. But the damage extended far beyond the dollar figure, because here is what that loan actually cost. Not $1.2 million. Not even the $4 million Curry estimates he ultimately paid once penalties and interest were fully calculated. What it cost was something harder to quantify. The moment Curry understood that the legal instrument he had signed in good faith had been used as a weapon against him, that the 3 words he had treated as an administrative convenience power of attorney had given someone else the ability to reach into his financial life and extract from it whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted, with nothing but a rubber stamp. Power of attorney, Curry said years later, his voice carrying the weight of someone who has had a long time to think about 4 syllables. That was the biggest factor in my financial ruin. And while that reality was sinking in, something else was surfacing. On June 30th, 2009, court records confirmed what had been building for months. Eddie Curry's mansion in Burr Ridge, Illinois, the $6.2 million property he had purchased in 2006, the 9 fireplaces, the 11 bathrooms, the home theater, the wine cellar, was in foreclosure. He was more than $217,000 behind on a mortgage that carried a monthly payment of $28,675 at a 9.25% interest rate. The lender, Bayview Loan Servicing, had filed in Cook County Circuit Court. The number itself, $217,000, is almost disorienting in context. This was a man who had earned over $70 million, who had been making more than $10 million a year for the better part of a decade. And yet, the mortgage on his own home, a monthly obligation that should have been trivially manageable, had been left unpaid long enough to trigger legal proceedings. Which tells you everything about what had been happening to the money. But there is one detail about that house that the foreclosure filing doesn't mention. A detail that makes the whole thing land differently. 2 years earlier, in 2007, 3 armed men had broken into that same house. They bound Eddie Curry and his family at gunpoint. They stole jewelry and cash before fleeing into the night. The family was left shaken but physically unharmed. 2 men were later charged. Curry had stayed in that house after that night. He had chosen not to run from it. And now, not because of violence, not because of a break-in, but because of paperwork he didn't understand and money he couldn't account for, the house was being taken from him anyway. He had survived the robbery. He couldn't survive his own finances. But none of that, not the stamp, not the foreclosure, not the seized cars, was the hardest thing about 2009. That had already happened. 5 months earlier, January 24th, a South Loop condominium in Chicago. A 24-year-old woman named Nova Henry and her 10-month-old daughter, Ava. Nova had been in a relationship with Curry, one he had kept hidden from his wife, Patrice. She had 2 children with him, Noah, who was 3 years old, and Ava, who had not yet reached her first birthday. Nova had hired an attorney named Frederick Goings to handle a child support case against Curry. Goings and Henry developed a romantic relationship. When Henry tried to end it and hired a different lawyer, and when Goings learned she planned to contest $24,000 in legal fees he claimed she owed, Goings went to her apartment. He shot Nova Henry while she was holding her daughter. He shot Ava too. Noah was in the apartment. He was 3 years old. He watched. When authorities later asked him what happened, Noah placed his finger to his lips and said, "Shh." Goings fled to Indiana. He was arrested after surveillance footage placed him at a hotel, where he was seen washing his clothes and cleaning his fingernails in the early hours of the morning. He was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder in 2013 and sentenced to natural life in prison. Curry was married. He hadn't told Patrice about Nova. He hadn't publicly acknowledged Ava. And now there was no longer anything to hide because there was no longer anyone to protect. "I failed her," Curry wrote years later in the Players' Tribune. "In so many ways. I failed her, and the what-ifs still haunt me to this day." He did not attend the funeral. There is no way to write about Eddie Curry's financial collapse, no way to talk about rubber stamps and foreclosure notices and court-ordered car seizures without sitting with the fact that in January 2009, while all of that was also unfolding, a 10-month-old girl named Ava was buried in a casket shared with her mother. That is what 2009 actually was for Eddie Curry. Not a financial crisis. A complete and total collapse of everything at once. Just a few months after the funeral, Curry did something that required a particular kind of clarity, the kind that only arrives after you have already lost almost everything and have nothing left to lose by demanding the truth. he sued Lamont Carter. The lawsuit, filed in Cook County Circuit Court in July 2009, alleged that Carter, who had served as Curry's business manager from 2005 to 2008, had failed to provide any accounting of the money he had received and spent on Curry's behalf during those 3 years. Curry's attorneys had asked repeatedly for the books and records. Carter had produced some documents, but according to the complaint, he had refused to provide a thorough accounting of the full scope of his financial management. What Curry was really asking, stripped of all legal language, was simple. Where did the money go? 3 years. Tens of millions of dollars flowing in and out of accounts that Carter controlled. A power of attorney that gave Carter the legal authority to act as Curry in virtually any financial context. And at the end of it, foreclosure proceedings, a $1.2 million debt from a loan Curry never knew about, and a business manager who wouldn't open his books. Carter never publicly responded to the allegations in any detailed way. What the lawsuit exposed, regardless of its outcome, was the architecture of vulnerability that had been built around Curry from the moment he signed his Knicks contract. One person, with full legal authority, handling all financial matters, with no independent oversight, no regular audits, no second signature required on any transaction of any size. Every safeguard that financial advisors now tell young athletes they must have a separate attorney reviewing significant documents, a certified financial planner with fiduciary duty, regular third-party audits. None of it was in place, not because Curry was reckless, because nobody told him it needed to be. By the end of 2009, Eddie Curry owed $8.2 million to various creditors. His flagship property was in foreclosure. 3 of his cars had been seized. His business manager had refused to account for 3 years of financial decisions. His ex-girlfriend and his daughter were dead, and he was still under contract with the New York Knicks. Still, on paper, one of the highest-paid athletes in the world. The gap between what the numbers said and what his life actually looked like, that gap is the whole story. The 2009-10 NBA season began in October. Eddie Curry showed up to Knicks training camp. He was still under contract, still collecting a paycheck, still, technically, a professional basketball player at the highest level in the world. But anyone who watched him that fall really watched him. Not just the box score could see that something had been extinguished. The conditioning was poor. The focus was somewhere else. Coach Mike D'Antoni, a man who ran one of the fastest, most demanding offensive systems in the league, had no patience for a 300-pound center who couldn't get up and down the floor. Curry played 3 games that entire season. 3 games. While earning $11.5 million. The media had a field day. The narrative wrote itself. Lazy, overpaid, a cautionary tale about wasted potential. Sports radio filled hours with variations of the same take. Blogs ran the numbers. Dollars per minute played. Dollars per point scored. Increasingly creative ways to illustrate what a bad investment Eddie Curry had become for the New York Knicks. What the sports radio host didn't know, what nobody outside Curry's immediate circle knew at the time, was what he had already been through that year before training camp even opened. The lawsuit. The foreclosure. The seized cars. The funeral he didn't attend for a daughter whose existence he had been hiding from his own wife. Nobody was asking about any of that. They were asking why he couldn't guard a pick and roll. In February 2011, Curry was included in the blockbuster trade that brought Carmelo Anthony to New York. He was sent to the Minnesota Timberwolves, a team that looked at his contract, his conditioning, and his recent playing time, and made a swift, business-like decision. They bought out his contract before he played a single game for them. Minnesota paid Eddie Curry to not play basketball for the Minnesota Timberwolves. It sounds absurd, but that is how NBA contracts work. When the numbers are large enough and the situation is difficult enough. The Timberwolves simply calculated that paying Curry to go away was cheaper than the alternative. He became a free agent. For a while, it looked like the story might end there, quietly, without resolution. Another name in the long list of players who arrived with enormous promise and departed with empty accounts and a Wikipedia page full of footnotes. But in December 2011, Curry signed with the Miami Heat, and on June 21, 2012, Eddie Curry, the kid from Harvey, Illinois, who had been written off, bought out, foreclosed on, and sued, was standing in a locker room with an NBA championship ring in his hands. The Heat defeated the Oklahoma City Thunder in 5 games. LeBron James, in his first title, was the story. The dynasty was the story. Curry played 83 minutes the entire season. He started 1 game in the regular season and was active for parts of the playoffs without seeing the floor. But he was there, and the ring was real. It would be easy to frame that as redemption, a Hollywood coda to a brutal story. But the truth, as Curry himself has never pretended otherwise, is messier than that. Because in August 2014, SunTrust Bank filed suit against him in Cook County, Illinois court and placed a foreclosure lien against a property in Stager, Illinois, a modest 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house he had purchased back in 2001 for $342,000. The same year he entered the league. One of the first things he had ever bought with NBA money. This was his second foreclosure in 5 years. The Burr Ridge Mansion, the $6.2 million showpiece, had already been sold at a sheriff's sale. Now the modest house in Stager, the one that predated the fame and the big contracts and the entourage, was going the same way. There was something quietly devastating about that detail. The mansion you could explain away, the $342,000 house in the town where you started that one tells a different story. To understand how all of this was possible, you have to look at the numbers that court documents actually produced. Not the headline figures, the granular, unglamorous reality of what Curry's monthly financial life looked like at its peak. $30,000 per month in household expenses. $17,000 per month sent to relatives. $17,000 per month on a rental home in suburban New York. $6,000 per month for a personal chef. $1,075 per month, which became genuinely famous when it surfaced in the press on cable and satellite television. Jewelry purchases totaling $952,000 in a single year, with a balance of over $450,000 still unpaid. A debt of $350,000 owed to fellow NBA player Juwan Howard. Total outstanding obligations to creditors at one point. $8.2 million. These numbers are not presented here to mock Eddie Curry. They are presented because they illustrate something important about how financial collapse actually happens, not in one dramatic moment of recklessness, but in the slow arithmetic of a lifestyle that expanded to fill every dollar coming in, managed by people who had every incentive to keep the machine running, and no incentive to warn the man at the center of it that the machine was consuming itself. The NBA had financial literacy programs. The Players Association offered resources. But a 22-year-old from Harvey, Illinois, walking into a $56 million contract with a business manager holding power of attorney and an entourage of 75 people depending on his generosity, the gap between what the institution provided and what that specific person in that specific situation actually needed was enormous. And nobody was held accountable for that gap. Not the league, not the Agents Association, not the legal system that allowed a rubber stamp to function as a binding signature on a loan with an 84% interest rate. Eddie Curry paid for all of it. Alone. Remember that lawyer's office, the table, the lawsuit, the signature that wasn't his. Eddie Curry is 43 years old today. He didn't disappear after the league was done with him. He didn't go quiet. He went to work specifically with the NBA Players Association, sitting across from rookies who just signed their first contracts, who just felt that first direct deposit land, who are about to make every decision that will define the next 40 years of their lives in the next 18 months. He tells them about the rubber stamp, not as a horror story, not as a warning designed to scare them, but as a fact, a specific, documented, legally verified fact about what happens when you hand someone 3 words and walk away. Power of attorney. Here is what Eddie Curry's story actually is. It is not the story of a man who squandered his gifts. It is not a cautionary tale about greed or laziness or the cliched athlete who couldn't handle success. It is the story of an 18-year-old from Harvey, Illinois, who entered one of the most financially complex environments in professional sports without a single tool to navigate it, and was then surrounded by people who had every reason to keep him uninformed and no obligation to do otherwise. The system didn't fail Eddie Curry by accident. It failed him by design. And until the design changes, until financial literacy is mandatory, until power of attorney documents require independent legal review, until someone in the room is legally required to represent only the player, the rubber stamp stays in the drawer. Ready for the next one? Scottie Pippen earned $109 million playing basketball. 6 championship rings, 7 All-Star selections, one of the 50 greatest players in NBA history. By 2023, his net worth was $20 million. Do that math again. $109 million in, $20 million left. Add the endorsements, the sponsorships, the Nike deals. Some estimates put the total losses above $120 million. The easy story is the one you already know. Athlete gets rich. Athlete spends everything. Cautionary tale. Move on. But that's not what happened here. What happened to Scottie Pippen is something more specific, more infuriating, and far more common than professional sports ever wants to admit. This is the story of a man who was betrayed systematically by the very people paid to protect him. Hamburg, Arkansas. Population, around 3,000. A small town in the southeastern corner of the state, where the economy runs thin and the distance between stable and desperate is never very far. Scottie Pippen was born there on September 25, 1965. The youngest of 12 children. His father, Preston, worked at a paper mill. His mother, Ethel, held everything together. It wasn't a wealthy life, but it functioned. Until the day Preston suffered a stroke that left him paralyzed on his right side, unable to walk properly, unable to speak clearly. Scottie was still a boy. Think about what that moment does to a child. Not just the grief of watching a parent diminished overnight, but the cold, practical reality. The family's primary earner was gone. 12 people in one house. And the margin between surviving and collapsing had just disappeared. Scottie Pippen learned something in Hamburg that would follow him everywhere he went. Money equals safety. No money equals everything falling apart. That lesson wasn't wrong. It was just incomplete. Because nobody in Hamburg, and there was no reason for anyone there to know this, taught him the second half. How you hold on to money once you have it, and who to trust with it. He wasn't a heavily recruited prospect out of high school. Tall, athletic, but largely unknown outside his small corner of Arkansas. No Division I scholarships came calling. So he enrolled at the University of Central Arkansas, a Division II school, as a walk-on equipment manager. He carried bags. He organized gear. He did it specifically to practice with the team. That detail matters. Scottie Pippen didn't arrive at basketball through privilege. He arrived through a side door, doing other people's work, just to earn his shot. By his senior year, he was averaging over 23 points per game. NBA scouts who had never heard his name started paying attention fast. In the 1987 draft, The Seattle Supersonics selected him 5th overall, then immediately traded him to the Chicago Bulls, who had engineered the deal in advance. He arrived in Chicago as an unknown. He would leave 12 years later as a legend. But what happened in between those two facts is a story about what it costs to be great inside a system that isn't built to protect you. In 1991, the Bulls won their first NBA championship. Pippen was 25 years old, already indispensable guarding the opponent's best player every night, running Phil Jackson's triangle offense, doing every difficult and unglamorous thing that made Jordan's brilliance possible. That same year, the Bulls offered him a contract extension. 7 years. $18 million total. His agents advised him to wait. His value was rising. Don't lock in this early, this long, this cheap. Jerry Reinsdorf, the Bulls' own owner, reportedly told Pippen the deal was too long, that he would regret it. Pippen signed anyway, because he thought about his father, about the stroke, about 12 people in a house with no safety net. A guaranteed $18 million was something no injury, no bad season, no bad luck could take away. He wasn't being reckless. He was being the boy from Hamburg who had watched security vanish without warning. The problem was that nobody in that room could predict what was about to happen to the NBA. In 1995, a new collective bargaining agreement sent salaries into a completely different universe. The cap exploded. Stars who signed after 1995 became overnight multi-millionaires. Michael Jordan negotiated year to year and earned $33 million in the 1997-98 season alone. That same season, Scottie Pippen, 4 more rings later, All-NBA selections, one of the 50 greatest players alive, made $2.8 million. He was the 122nd highest paid player in the entire league. The Bulls could have renegotiated. The rules allowed it. Teams did it regularly. They simply chose not to. Because why would they? They had the second best player in the world locked in at a bargain price. Not one person inside that organization moved to fix it. By 1999, after the dynasty's final championship, Pippen was finally a free agent. Houston signed him for $67.2 million over 5 years. For the first time in his career, he was being paid what he was worth. He thought the worst was behind him. He had no idea what was coming. Let's be clear about something before we go any further. Scottie Pippen was not Michael Jordan's sidekick. That framing Robin to Jordan's Batman, the supporting act, the second name on the marquee, was a media construction. Convenient, easy to sell, and deeply unfair to what Pippen actually was on a basketball court. Phil Jackson, who coached both men, said it plainly. The Chicago Bulls system did not work without Pippen. Not just function less effectively, it did not work. The triangle offense required a secondary initiator with the IQ, the vision, and the defensive range to make every other piece move correctly. Jordan provided the explosion. Pippen provided the architecture. Consider what he did across those championship years. 8 consecutive all-defensive first-team selections. The kind of defensive versatility that allowed him to guard point guards, small forwards, and centers in the same game. A player who, in the 1993-94 season, when Jordan retired for the first time, carried the Bulls to 55 wins, almost entirely on his own shoulders. A player named to the 1992 and 1996 U.S. Olympic Dream Teams, competing alongside the greatest players on the planet and holding his own against every single one of them. In 1996, when Sports Illustrated surveyed NBA coaches and executives on who they would build a franchise around if Jordan were removed from the equation, the most common answer was Scottie Pippen, not Shaquille O'Neal, not Charles Barkley, not Hakeem Olajuwon. Scottie Pippen. The shadow, it turned out, carried its own light, which makes what the Bulls were paying him almost incomprehensible. By the 1997-98 season, the 6th championship, the final run, the one documented in The Last Dance, Pippen's annual salary sat at $2.8 million. Jordan earned $33 million that same year. The gap between them wasn't a gap. It was a canyon. But here is the number that truly captures the absurdity. Pippen was the 122nd highest paid player in the entire NBA. Not on his team. Not in his conference. In the whole league. Players on losing teams. Players coming off the bench. Players whose names you no longer remember, all of them collecting larger paychecks than the man helping deliver Chicago its 6th championship. His own teammates were paid more. Tony Kukoc, Ron Harper, Dennis Rodman. All of them above Pippen in the Bulls' salary structure. The organization knew this was wrong. Reinsdorf knew. Krause knew. The rules of the 1990 NBA would have allowed them to tear up the contract and issue a new one at any point. Teams did it all the time. They simply looked at the bottom line. A generational talent locked in at a fraction of market value and decided the bottom line was more important. By 1997, Pippen's frustration had become impossible to contain. That summer, he needed foot surgery, routine procedure. His doctors recommended he have it done early, before training camp, so he would be fully recovered for the start of the season. Pippen scheduled it for October instead. The media called it selfish, unprofessional, a star player holding his team hostage. The criticism was loud, and it was sustained. What got far less attention, Pippen had asked the Bulls to renegotiate his contract, repeatedly. And repeatedly, the organization had refused. This wasn't a player throwing a tantrum. This was a man who had delivered 5 championships, had been publicly underpaid for 6 years, had asked through proper channels for the situation to be corrected, and had been told no every time. The surgery delay was the only leverage he had left, and even that didn't work. The Bulls didn't move. Pippen played the season late, compromised, and delivered a 6th championship anyway. Then it was over. The dynasty dissolved. Jordan retired again. Phil Jackson left. The roster was dismantled. And Scottie Pippen, finally, was a free agent. Houston came calling. 5 years. $67.2 million. The number that finally reflected what he had always been worth. Then Portland. Another large contract. More years, more money. By the time he finished playing, Pippen had earned $109 million in NBA salary more, in total career earnings, than Michael Jordan's $94 million. He had endorsement deals with Nike, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Visa, and Frito-Lay, adding millions more on top. For the first time since Hamburg, Scottie Pippen had real financial security. Undeniable. Documented. In the bank. He just needed someone trustworthy to help him protect it. In 1999, someone came highly recommended. That recommendation would cost him everything. In 1999, Scottie Pippen had a problem that most people would consider a good problem to have. He had money. Real money. More money than anyone in his family had ever seen. More money than Hamburg, Arkansas could have produced in a generation. And he needed someone, a professional, an expert, to help him manage it. The question was who? Think about that position for a moment. You are a professional athlete. You have spent your entire career inside the insular world of an NBA franchise practice. Travel, games, hotels, repeat. Your network is basketball people. Your relationships are basketball relationships. When you need a doctor, someone from the organization recommends one. When you need a lawyer, someone from the organization recommends one. When you need a financial advisor, you ask the same people you have always asked. It's not naivety. It's the logical result of living inside a system that has structured your entire life for you. So when someone from Pippen's Bulls network pointed him toward a financial advisor named Robert Lunn, it carried weight. Lunn had credentials. He had worked at Morgan Stanley. He had worked at Lehman Brothers. His professional history read like a checklist of legitimacy major institutions, recognizable names, the kind of resume that signals someone has been vetted many times before you ever meet them. Pippen hired him, trusted him with more than $20 million. And here is the thing that makes this particular betrayal so devastating. He had every rational reason to. This is what financial experts call affinity fraud. It doesn't require a con artist in a back alley. It doesn't require obvious red flags or pressure tactics. Affinity fraud operates through trust networks, communities, organizations, industries, where people rely on shared connections to vouch for strangers. Professional sports is one of the most vulnerable environments imaginable for exactly this reason. Players move constantly. Their time is consumed entirely by their sport. Their social and professional networks are narrow and deep. When someone arrives pre-approved by that network, the psychological barriers that might otherwise protect you simply don't engage. The University of Chicago Booth School of Business published research finding that 7% of all financial advisors had been disciplined for misconduct. At some larger firms, the kind Lunn had worked at, rates ran as high as 20%, 1 in 5. Nobody told Pippen to check. Nobody checked on his behalf. The recommendation came, the credentials looked solid, and that was enough. It was never enough. The early years with Lunn didn't raise obvious alarms. Money was being managed. Investments were being made. Pippen was playing basketball in Houston, then Portland, collecting his salary, living his life. But underneath the surface, Lunn was making decisions with Pippen's money that had nothing to do with Pippen's interests. Real estate developments, speculative projects, investments that looked plausible on paper and produced nothing in reality. According to court documents filed later, Lunn cycled Pippen's funds through multiple failing ventures, the kind of moves that are difficult to detect when you're not watching closely, and nearly impossible to detect when you trust the person doing the watching on your behalf. Then came the jet. In 2002, Lunn advised Pippen to purchase a Gulfstream aircraft for $4 million. The framing, according to later accounts, was investment-minded. A private jet was an asset. It had utility. It had resale value. For someone at Pippen's level of wealth and public profile, it made a certain kind of sense. What Lunn didn't ensure, what the lawyers handling the transaction failed entirely to verify, was whether the aircraft was airworthy. It wasn't. Shortly after the purchase, inspections revealed the jet's engine required $1 million in repairs before it could legally fly. A $4 million asset that couldn't leave the ground. Pippen refused to pay for the repairs. The plane sat, grounded. The world's most expensive ornament. Pippen sued the law firm Pedersen and Haupt for malpractice for failing to conduct proper due diligence on the purchase. He eventually won a $2 million judgment in 2010. A partial recovery. But the jet itself remained a monument to what happens when every person in the chain prioritizes the transaction over the client. The jet was infuriating. It was also a distraction, because while Pippen was dealing with a grounded airplane, something far more serious was already in motion. Lunn had been taking out loans. Not small ones. Not transparent ones. According to prosecutors, Lunn approached Leaders Bank in Oak Brook, Illinois, and obtained loans totaling approximately $3 million using Pippen's name, Pippen's assets, and in at least one critical instance, Pippen's forged signature, as collateral and authorization. The money did not go toward Pippen's investments. It went toward Lunn's personal debts, his mortgage bills, his other clients, whom he was apparently paying with funds borrowed against Pippen's name without Pippen's knowledge. Pippen, at some point during this period, was sent documents to sign paperwork related to the loan. He signed them, reportedly without fully understanding what he was authorizing. Later, when Lunn needed to extend the loan and sent further documents, Pippen refused. Something felt wrong, so Lunn forged his signature anyway. The scheme continued. The debt compounded. and Scottie Pippen had no idea. Not yet. The call came from his accountant, not from Lun, not from the Bulls network that had recommended him, not from any of the institutional safeguards that are supposed to exist to prevent exactly this kind of thing. From his accountant, who had noticed something that didn't add up. By then, more than $20 million had passed through Lun's hands. The question was, how much of it was still there? The answer was not enough. When the accountant called, Pippen didn't panic immediately. There had to be an explanation. Lun was a professional. He had credentials. He had come recommended by people Pippen trusted. These things had a way of looking worse than they were before someone with the right expertise sat down and untangled them. But the more they untangled, the worse it looked. Lun had not simply made bad investments with Pippen's money, though he had done that too. He had constructed an architecture of fraud that used Pippen's name, Pippen's assets, and Pippen's trust as raw material for his own financial survival. Court documents would later lay it out with clinical precision. Between 2002 and 2003, Lun approached Leaders Bank in Oak Brook, Illinois, and obtained approximately $3 million in loans. The largest single transaction, $1.4 million, which Lun claimed was for Pippen to invest in a private jet venture. The bank approved it. The money moved. It did not go toward any jet. It did not go toward any investment of Pippen's. It went toward Lun's mortgage, toward his personal debts, toward payments to other clients he was apparently managing with the same creative accounting he had applied to Pippen's portfolio.
And the signature authorizing it? Not Pippen's. A forgery.
When Pippen eventually realized what was happening and refused to sign documents extending the loan, Lun didn't stop. He forged Pippen's signature a second time, extending the loan without authorization, buying himself more time, deepening the hole. District Judge Charles Norgal, who would later preside over the criminal trial, was unambiguous in his assessment. This was not, the judge said, your garden variety fraud. Lun had deployed genuine skill and calculation, presenting himself as legitimate, maintaining the appearance of professionalism, using the institutional credibility of his career history to stay one step ahead of scrutiny. In 2014, a jury convicted Lun on 5 counts of bank fraud. In March 2016, Judge Norgal sentenced him to 3 years in federal prison. He was ordered to forfeit $2.7 million and pay $1.5 million in restitution, of which only $400,000 went directly to Pippen. Pippen had separately pursued a civil lawsuit. He won a judgment of $11.8 million. On paper, those numbers sound like justice. They were not justice. They were arithmetic. Because by the time the courts finished their work, the money Lun had burned through, misallocated, and stolen was gone in ways no judgment could fully reverse. You cannot claw back years of compounding losses on failed real estate. You cannot unspend what was spent. The judgment was a number on paper. The loss was real. Scottie Pippen testified at Lun's criminal trial. He described the moment he understood what had happened. The accountant's call. The documents. The realization that the man he had trusted with more than $20 million had been systematically using that trust as a weapon. He had signed papers Lun sent him without fully understanding what he was authorizing. He had trusted the process because he trusted the person, and the person had known exactly how much that trust was worth and had spent it accordingly. But Lun was not the only one. Let's break down who failed Scottie Pippen, because the fraud didn't happen in a vacuum. Failure 1. The Bulls organization. The recommendation that brought Lun into Pippen's life came through his Bulls connections. The exact nature of that recommendation, how formal, how enthusiastic, how specific, is not fully documented. What is documented is that Pippen trusted it because of where it came from. An organization that had already underpaid Pippen for 7 years, that had already demonstrated it would prioritize institutional interests over his welfare, sent him toward a man who would defraud him of millions. Whether that recommendation was made carelessly or simply without due diligence, the result was the same. The Bulls network, which Pippen had every reason to trust, delivered him directly into harm. Failure 2. The lawyers. The Peterson and Haupt law firm handled the private jet purchase. Their job was due diligence to verify that the asset their client was spending $4 million on was functional, airworthy, and worth the price. They didn't. The jet couldn't fly. The engine needed $1 million of repairs that should have been caught before the transaction closed. Pippen sued for malpractice. He won $2 million in 2010. But legal victories don't recover the time, the stress, or the cascading financial damage of an asset that sat grounded for years while the litigation wound its way through the courts. Fault 3. The system itself. The University of Chicago research found misconduct rates as high as 20% at major financial firms. FINRA, the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, maintains a public database called BrokerCheck, where any investor can verify an advisor's disciplinary history before handing over a single dollar. Nobody pointed Pippen toward that database. Nobody ran the check. Nobody built into his professional infrastructure the basic verification step that could have exposed Lunn before the relationship began. The NBA in the late 1990s had no mandatory financial education program for players, no required vetting process for advisors, no institutional safeguard between a newly wealthy athlete and the predators who specifically targeted newly wealthy athletes. The league has since introduced financial literacy programs. They arrived too late for Scottie Pippen. And then there was Christian Laettner. In 2016, while the Lunn case was still working through the courts, Pippen and his then-wife Larsa alleged that Laettner, the former NBA player, had defrauded them of $600,000 in a real estate investment gone wrong.